tuning in. We're doing reading sprints tonight. What are you guys going to be working on?
I decided I'm going to try to work some more on Vampire's Creation. I hope I can figure out the part where I'm stuck at.
Nice.
I have two different books I'm gonna potentially read today. One I started very briefly last night, but I didn't get very far because I got super tired and I wanted to go to bed. That one was The Forever War by Joel Holdman. I took off the dust cover, so I'm trying to read the dust cover from across the room. So yeah, that's like a science fiction that like deals with like it's like slightly military, but it's mostly about like soldiers kind of getting displaced in time because of space travel. Traveling at the speed of light, you kind of get disjointed from time. So that sounds super interesting, but I barely got into it all. And then the other I'm gonna be potentially reading, this one I'm gonna do on audio, is The Mountain in the Sea by Ray Naylor. Looks like the last name is. It's hard to tell by the font. Which I don't know anything about it besides that it's science fiction. But I've heard a lot of praise for it, so we'll see which one I get involved in.
Cool. You'll be happy to know, Robin, I'm currently working on the Hunger Games.
Yay!
Yay! I started reading it again yesterday. I got 7% in, and today I only got an additional 3%, so I'm currently at 10%.
That's really good,
though. I'm going to see what happens. But I gotta say, it is interesting because I'm doing the ebook and audiobook.
Yeah.
It is interesting to have this different sort of narration, because I'm used to how I narrated the book, or thinking of Jennifer Lawrence's Katniss Everdeen. It's just different to have it, but also like how she says certain things, it's just different than how I would take a certain sentence or statement. It's just different how she says it. So I'm like, it's just different to me. It's like kind of like I'm concentrating too much on her narration instead of being like, this is what's going on in the book. So I don't know. It is a little interesting, but I've already highlighted a couple things that that I think will be good in our discussion. So
yeah, I'm so excited to do our discussion because like I briefly told you on Twitter, I got like a lot more out of the reread than I thought I would. So I'm looking forward to doing a spoiler-y discussion of different points from that book. But I know we established that we listened to two different narrators. I listened to an older version. I didn't like the narrator too much. I felt like she was kind of monotone throughout most of it, and then kind of like too childish when reading Katniss's dialogue. And I know Katniss is like 16 or 17 is how old she's supposed to be. But she's also like someone who is kind of been forced to have a more mature role in life too. So I feel like she wouldn't talk childish like that.
Yeah.
Even though she is young, I feel like she has this maturity because she essentially had to like become the sole provider of her family,
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't like the narrator, but I ended up getting over that pretty quickly. I do know, like, I remember at what point when I first read this book that I really got into it, and that was during the reaping and the moment when the name is called during the reaping. Like that was like the moment I was just like, what's going on? Like I remember that just like absolutely drew me in. This time it took me longer to get into the book, and I think it's because I knew what happened already.
Yeah, I agree. You know what's actually funny for me is so I was because we watched the movie first, then I read the book, but I had like for some parents, I don't know how your parents were when you were young, with like reading material that might not be suited for that specific age. My mom usually was like more of a vetter, so like with this book, the Hunger Games, she wanted to read it first to make sure it was okay. Because I was like 11, so like gotta make sure. And she told me she only started caring once it kind of got into the romance. For her, that was something like that was when she cared about it. But I remember when I was reading it, I just hated how long the first chapter was. But I remember, just like you're talking about though, like the sentence where it's just kind of like going through it, and then it's like, and it's not my name, it's Primrose Everdeen.
Yeah, that part was just like, what? Yeah, this time around I got annoyed by the first chapter, and for me it's because it's very info dumpy. And it kind of like I mean, I don't want to go into a full discussion now, but it would take out of the current story to like explain like, oh, and like this happened, and this is what this is, and like yeah, and I'm like, that's not a good way to relay world building, especially in the very start of a book. I feel like you need to kind of have people care about the characters and the story, and then you can go into the finer details. And I think there's also a lot you can do with like just implied world building, like rather than explain like the whole origin story of like the peacekeepers, just like reference the peacekeepers being there, like breaking up like some sort of brawl or protest or something, like showing that instead of, going into like the whole history of Panem within the first chapter. Yeah. So I was a little frustrated with that when I first started it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always do like a prologue and have like a little bit of the history in there to start out the story instead of doing all that info dump.
Yeah, that's not my personal preference though. I really want to care about the story before getting into the world, even though I love reading about world building. It's just like it's a lot for me to like read and process before I know anything about what the book's going to be about. So it's for me like I don't like that. But you're right, that isn't a perfectly valid way to do it. It's just a preference thing of the reader.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a problem, especially for what age it's supposed to be for.
Yes.
Scholastic doing this for, that age. But, with what you're talking about, with how long it is a little bit like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some kids that picked it up and were like, all right, this is too long. Either they skipped the first chapter or they put the book down. I mean, I don't know. Like, I was able to go through it even though I was getting bored by the first chapter.
Yeah.
But at least with that, I already knew, the plot because of the movie. So I don't know for someone who was going blind into it. But I gotta say, now, I do wonder what your opinion is about the movie. But I do think the movie does a good job. Like, right at the start, it kind of gives you, it starts with the words telling you what's going on. But you know what? That was, like, only a couple seconds.
Yeah.
It was so quick to give you the backstory without you having to go through the whole thing,
But movies have the luxury of doing that. Books don't.
Yeah, but I would say, like, you could just have something like there's a sign and it says that or something like that. Like, something quick. Right. I don't think it's that big of an issue. Obviously, for me, it was pretty easy to get through because the audiobook person was just like, do. Anyway, moving on. But it was a little like, man, this chapter is long. I don't know. I mean, I know there's like so much that has to go on for the rest of the book, but at the same time, it's like it takes a while to go from the beginning of the book to when we finally get to the games. But obviously there's points to everything going on there. But
like I did enjoy, getting to see a bit of the Capitol and like the interviews and like that. I liked that a little bit. Like that was when I was kind of starting to get interested in it. And I think that was just because it was more showing than telling. It was, showing like the disparity between like how wealthy people live in the Capitol, just like describing their appearance and describing what they eat and like I felt like that was so much more effective than like, the way the first chapter was. It was like, oh, she goes hunting, here's a flashback, here's a explanation. And like, it was like we're like barely getting any progress into like any of the action, because it was like, okay, hit pause, this is what's going on, you know what I mean? Like, that's what
I agree.
and it happens more than once in the first chapter. I think if it was like maybe one time just to like give a crucial bit of information, it would have been fine, but like it just kept happening, and I was like losing track of like, well, what is happening in the present time,
right know? No, I agree with that, because in the second chapter when PETA gets called, then even though we're supposed to be in a very horrible situation where both of them are called up, then she's like, okay, let me tell you about the time that PETA was actually nice to me.
Right.
And it goes and goes and goes. I really see what you mean, you know, like at least with the, okay, please don't be judging Joharra, but I gotta say, like with the movie, it would kind of like give you a like just a little snapshot of it without telling you everything right away. Like that's what a lot of books do well, where they like kind of mention it, then they go into it later. I don't know.
That's exactly what I want from like a first few chapters, is kind of like give you a sample of what to expect, but not explain everything in crucial detail right away, because you're still easing into the story, you know, like I don't want to be like bombarded with information right off the bat.
Yeah,
and I think it'd be more. Oh, sorry. What?
I was just gonna say for this one, I'm okay, because I mean, like, this is my story. Like, this was my Harry Potter, so like, I'm okay. But at the same time, it is a little like, well, let's pick it up, guys.
It was still a 5-star read for me, but the only reason I excuse that is because it's a young adult. If it was like an adult fiction, I probably would have taken a star off for that, you know, because it wasn't as artfully done as it could have been. But it is young adult. So I give that excuse. Joharra, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say it also would have been more interesting if they did it like have Katniss like obviously recognize PETA and then explain like their past later on. I mean, for one, it would be better for the pacing wise, since that chapter is supposed to be more horrific because of what's going on. But it would also be more interesting, because then until you find out their past, you'll be like, so what is their past? Like, what's going on? It'll keep you hooked to find out their history.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with that point, because I think it's way more interesting if it's like, oh, she recognizes him and like she has these conflicted emotions about like potentially having to kill this guy, but don't go into their story yet. You know what I mean? Like then it would be like, I want to keep reading because I want to know why does she feel this way towards him? Like what was her past? You know, I totally agree with that.
I've read the books once. I think I've seen the movies maybe twice. I'm not the biggest fan of dystopian. That was my issue. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of dystopian. Like, I only read the Divergent books once and watched the movies about twice as well, because they were good. They're just not exactly my cup of tea, so they're just not like my go-to. Like, if I see the movies playing, I would watch it, but it's not very likely for me to just turn it on because I'm bored, you know, or because I actually want to see it, or just pick up the books or whatever, because they were good. I mean, I don't dislike them or anything, but they're dystopian's just not my cup of tea, you know? And but I'm a little curious if you guys were Team PETA or Team Gale, because I've learned that a lot of people hate Gale.
You hate Gale? By the end of the series, I did.
I always liked PETA. He was such a sweetheart.
I think like when I was first into it, I was kind of unconcerned with the romance aspect. I really liked it for like the world building. I really like Katniss as a character. And this time through, I actually appreciated PETA as a character a lot more, and like their romance dynamic. There's like one point at the end of the book I didn't super like, but also it kind of feels really in character for teenagers, I guess. So I'll let it go.
You gotta keep that, keep it.
This is definitely a talking point I'm gonna bring up, because yeah, this is like one of the things I noticed different about my reading experience was definitely like my perception of Peeta as a character, knowing how the rest of the series goes. And also like Katniss's like relationship with Gale. I've noticed she references him a lot throughout the book. And even though she's like, oh yeah, like we're just friends, I feel like you kind of get the sense that there's something more going on there. You know what I mean?
I never did, and I've heard a few other people say that they don't know why it was classified as a love triangle because I've heard multiple people say this, so it wasn't just me, but they're like they never saw Katniss have a Katniss never seemed, and from their point of views, never seemed to have romantic feelings for Gale. It's like her and Peeta had this connection, even if she was fighting it for a while, but her attraction to Gale seemed completely platonic, and she didn't seem to have any romantic feelings for him at all.
Yeah, one thing that irks me is I don't know if you guys had known about this before, but Suzanne Collins had originally written Gale as her cousin, but then the publisher was like, no, 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 no. We need to put some tropes in here. Time to get a love triangle going. And it's like, just because you want it to happen doesn't mean it's gonna happen. And it very much did not happen. I'm like, okay, I don't remember exactly how I felt reading Catching Fire, but I do remember the kiss that Gale gave to Katniss in Catching Fire, the movie. Do you know how emotionless that kiss was? Like, it's just like if you smushed, you know, little toys together. There's nothing to it, you know. Like, there's no.
I mean, I don't know why some things try to force this love triangles or you know whatever, because I mean in a situation like this, like romance wasn't on Katniss's mind, like she was going through much hell. I mean, she did have feelings for Peeta, which is obvious. Like I said, I remember the movies more than the books because I read the books once when I was in like elementary school, and I just remember the movies a bit better. But I remember a few scenes from Catching Fire where the movie where it showed how much Katniss cared for Peeta, even though she wasn't willing to exactly admit it yet. But so those feelings were obvious, but I don't know why they tried to force her into some sort of love triangle because Katniss, I mean, romance wasn't on her mind at all, let alone to have like two suitors, you know?
Yeah.
It's like how, I mean, I know Tiffany and I were talking about this because it didn't really feel much like a love triangle in Wednesday, but it was the same thing. I mean, first of all, she never really seemed to have any interest in Xavier, period. That's why it doesn't feel like a love triangle. And second of all, Wednesday Addams would never be in a love triangle.
Well, look at, you know, we've kind of been over this, that this is very much not the typical Wednesday Addams. That's why Robin is not a fan.
Yeah.
So, like, I would say, like, they can really do whatever they want within reason. You know, like if they suddenly turned her into loving sunshine and rainbows, then it'd be like, huh? That doesn't make sense. You know, unless they did something like that. But I think to have romance, you know. Yeah, but so I'm currently, where am I? I'm currently at the part where they just had the reaping, and she just got done saying her final goodbye to her mom and Prim, but that's where I'm at. So, like, I'm still very fresh into the book, but I'm also kind of considering for myself, like, I know, like, for me, the whole plus of reading an audiobook is that I can get through it faster. I don't know, for some reason. I mean, like, just sometimes, like, I'll be reading and then I'm like, I don't even know what I just read. And I have to go over and over, and it's like, it'll probably take me, like, double the time. And I don't really want to do that, but also I would rather have a good reading experience because I know when I first, you know, was talking to you guys about reading a little bit of it, like, I was flying through the book, even though I was more at the end of the book, you know, how you just pick a book up. So I don't know, like, I'm debating whether I just do it how I did it originally versus what I'm doing right now. So I'm considering, because I'm not saying, because I do think, you know, in comparison to Robin, like you're saying, this narrator that you had was very monotonous. she's pretty dynamic in what she's doing. The person who is a celebrity, but at the same time, it's just such a different voice to Katniss that I'm not used to.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really like how she's doing it. I mean, I think it's because of how dear to my heart to the Hunger Games is, and it's like, I don't like anything to be different. It's kind of. I mean, there's another number of reasons, but that's kind of part of the reason I'm not going to read that prequel.
Oh yeah, no, I don't want to read the prequel.
I might go see the movie though, just for the sake of being like, well, maybe.
Forgetting they're actually making a movie of it.
I know. I
don't know. I don't feel very optimistic about.
Oh, I don't think
or the movie. It feels too revisionist. Of what I know of it, but yeah.
I mean, I know a little bit about it, but what's crazy to me is how big it is. It's just like, that's not necessary.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I know that's kind of what things are right now, where it's all about add all the sequels, add all the prequels, make as much money as possible.
Yeah.
Like,
it does feel like it's a cash grab.
Oh yeah, totally. For me, like, that's kind of one thing. Okay, this has been happening for years and years, but like, that's kind of for me, like, as a creator, whenever either I'd be an author or a filmmaker, but like, I would very much be like, kind of put my foot down that like, this is not getting sequels, this is not getting prequels.
Yeah.
Whatever is like the proper course of action, if it needs more than one movie or one book, fine. But if it's not necessary, no, you don't get to do that. Like, I would just be so not down with it. Even if it's like, I could make even more money, but it's like, what's the point if you're doing a bad story? Like, that's one thing I'm still very disappointed in Stranger Things. Like, do you know how much I love Stranger Things season 1? Like I told you, I watched this like a bajillion times, like so much. And that's kind of funny, Joharra. You were saying with the Hunger Games that you only watched the movie maybe twice. Oh yeah, actually, my brother and I, because this movie was like, my mom actually regretted taking us to the movie because she thought it was a little too extreme. Like, I was 11, my brother had to be 9, and she thought it was a little too much for us. But we were like so excited by the movie, and literally once we got it on Blu-ray DVD, we watched it every single week. We just kept on watching the movie. I don't know. I think it's kind of like one of those things. If it's almost frowned upon, even if they let you, you're kind of like, want to take that? I don't know. But we watched it a lot. So a lot of the time we watched it a lot. And then, over the years I've been watching it. And that's what's funny. Maybe it must have been in 2021. But during that time, because I found it on the streaming services, and I watched all the movies. And, okay, I think a lot of it has to do with how we're kind of living in a dystopian right now. But, watching it and having more of an adult perspective, if you could call it that, is just watching it and being like, yeah, like, this is really intense and depressing. I don't know. Like, I know for me, it just really works for me. But also it is a little like, man, because I know, like, my mom was really disturbed by the harm happening to the kids and everything, and that's kind of the whole point. But at the same time, it is a little weird to market it to teenagers and younger kids. I don't know. I mean, I think it worked, but when you get older, it has more of like that weight to it.
Yeah.
I did not anticipate for us to start getting into our Hunger Games rant, but I guess it makes sense for us too, because you finished it. I'm working on it. Yeah. Is this your first time rereading it?
Yes. Yeah. I've only read it the one time before, which was the very first time I read it. I'm not a big rereader though, so that's largely why. Yeah, and I was a little hesitant to reread it too because I had such a good first experience reading it that I was worried it wouldn't live up.
Yeah.
But no, I'm pretty pleased that I did actually reread it. I don't know if I'm gonna reread the rest of the series though.
Yeah. Well,
As
I
much as I
remember.
liked the rest of the series, I think the first book was my favorite and is probably the best part of the series in my opinion.
Really? From what I hear, a lot of people's favorite is Catching Fire.
Mine was. Mine was.
Really?
Fire. Yeah. It was actually interesting with my journey with Catching Fire. Because when they got into like describing all the things that had happened with their like all the careers, the other contestants that
Yeah.
were, the tributes.
Yeah.
I was like, with all that information, I kind of wanted to write it all down, like to, I don't know. I was just really into it and everything.
Yeah.
I didn't end up doing it, but it was like I really cared about it. I don't know. Just the book really, really worked for me. But I gotta say, I was just gonna say with what you were saying of how, like, for you, your favorite is the Hunger Games. Mockingjay was so hard to get through. I was so bored. Like,
yeah,
I have to say, like, war is just something, it just doesn't appeal to me. And yeah, it was just so nothing. And like some of the things that happened to certain characters in the book, I'm just like, no. I don't know. But I do remember how much I did not like it at all. And that's what was funny because with Catching Fire, the book, I loved it so much. And then the movie came out. And I was disappointed in it because the book was just so much better to me.
Yeah.
And then watching Mockingjay Part 1, because of how much I hated Mockingjay, the book, I was actually really excited about Part 1. I actually enjoyed that one. But then
cool.
I was like, forget Part 2.
Yeah, I hate that they split it into 2 movies. Like, I absolutely hated that trend that like every movie had to be 2 parts. Like,
yeah, it seems to be a thing for like series. Like the last book would be turned into 2 movies, and sometimes I get it because sometimes there's just way too much that needs to happen. Like Harry Potter, I know Part 1's really boring, but there was just too much to happen for one movie because there was the Horcrux hunt in Part 1, which was very important to the story, and then Part 2 had a lot to do with the battle, which was also important. So even though Part 1 is kind of boring, it was also necessary, you know. But I feel like not everything needs to do that because I feel like sometimes it can be put into one movie unless both parts is that important, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Harry Potter definitely started that trend because they split into 2 movies. I don't love either part of Deathly Hallows, to be honest, but like
Really?
I think it's just because it's
love
just too
Part
sad.
2.
I think I feel like the other movies have like a balance of like there's joy as well as sadness and trial and loss, and the last 2 movies were just like constant struggle.
Someone said something. I read it somewhere, and I never thought of it up like this, but it's so true. And it's like Deathly Hallows or Harry Potter ends like it's a what's the word? I can't remember how it was put, but it's like a successful ending, but not a happy ending. Because they won, but they still lost so much at the same time. And it's also more realistic because not everybody survives. And there was a lot of death. Even the fact that one of the Weasley twins died, that was a hard blow and stuff. So yeah, it's like it shows you that nobody was free from this war. I mean, Colin Creevey was Jenny and Luna's age, and he died. And so. And I just Part 2 is actually my favorite of the movies. I don't know if you knew that. But
Wow.
I absolutely loved it because I love the fighting. Like I know that. So I do prefer how Voldemort died in the books, obviously, because there was like that whole meaning behind his death. But I don't like the moments leading up to. I wouldn't say I don't like it. It's more boring because I get that Harry wanted to humiliate him to make him know how wrong he was. That Snape was never on his side. This and that. But it was just so boring because there was more talk than there was fight. I love Deathly Hallows Part 2 because it was almost all action. There was a few moments when it was showing like Harry talked to the ghost, the Grey Lady.
Yeah.
Rowena Ravenclaw. I almost said Helena, but no, that was her. No, it is Helena. Rowena's her mom.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And, so, yeah, I remember that.
It's been so long. I was just going with
exactly right.
The book falls only in Harry's point of view. So, and Harry's was actually away from the fight.
Yeah.
Until the very end when he had to go up against Voldemort. So it was showing his journey. But what I liked about the movie was that, I mean, we heard about Hermione and Ron going to the Chamber of Secrets to destroy the Horcrux, but we couldn't see it because Harry wasn't with them. And we saw it in the movie. Plus, we saw the actual battle happening. We saw them blow up the bridge. We saw them trying to protect the school. We saw people die that we actually didn't see. Like, yeah, we saw Fred's death in the book because Harry was with him at the time. But, like, we didn't see Lupin or Tonks's deaths or any of them. And I like some key moments the movies added, knowing that these characters were going to die. Like the moment with Fred and George talking right shortly before Fred dies, and the moment between Lupin and Tonks right before they die. Like, I like that the movie added those key details, knowing that these characters that we love are about to die. It was really sweet that they did that. But I'm just a really fan of the movie. I just love the battle and stuff. And there were some things I actually prefer than the books, like Neville's speech in the book. He all he says is Dumbledore's army, and then he kills Nagini. I prefer how the movie does it because the movie did it. So he has that whole beautiful speech, which is one of my favorite parts in the entire franchise, and talking about the loved ones and all this. And then Harry reveals himself so everyone sees it, because he revealed himself after the crowd started going hectic, so nobody knew right away that Harry had survived and that he was alive. And then Neville doesn't kill Nagini until a little bit later on when Nagini's about to kill Ron and Hermione and Harry's fighting Voldemort. So it all happens and it's just beautifully edited and done and acted, and I just much prefer that. My two favorite moments from the movies were not in the books at all. I mean, there was Neville's speech. Yeah, he still stood up in the movies and had a line, but it wasn't that long, beautiful speech that he said. But Order of Phoenix, I actually prefer that movie over the books.
Interesting.
Because the book, first of all, they made Sirius into kind of a jerk that didn't even really care, the selfish jerk that didn't even really care about Harry, which is not serious at all. Plus, they made Neville braver. I like what they did, like some key moments they added about him and Bellatrix's like intense feud they have, with what Bellatrix did to his parents. They added some key moments there. And I also much prefer the final battle because in Order of Phoenix, because in the movie it was this jumbled mess. Plus the getting to the battle took so much time because the pacing was all off in that book. J.K. Rowling said herself that book was way too thick than it needed to be. And they spent too much time before the battle looking around the ministry and all that, exploring it. And it kind of took away the expense of what was about to happen. And the battle itself was so jumbled and messy because everyone was end up splitting up and all these things happened, and the movie was so much more organized and just better. Plus, one of my favorite scenes was the possession scene when Voldemort tried to possess Harry, and then he looks at Ron and Hermione and has all those flashbacks.
That was really, really good. And then all the things where he was trying to make it look, like looking at all the bad to make him hopeless. But then he got into all the good things. It was so good.
Yes, I absolutely love it.
Yeah. Oh, that's really good. I see you got the dog.
He's beating me up. Like,
he was
sitting right behind me and he kept kicking me. So I'm like, okay, then sit on my lap. What are you doing now?
What a monster. So mean.
He's so mean to me.
Yeah, my cat was so needy today. Okay, so she really likes to go outside. She's not an outdoor cat. It's just sometimes we let her, sniff around, hang around. But she just kept, begging to be let out, whether we let her out in the lanai or just out in the front yard. Like, she was just like, being there all the time, giving her a little cute cat eyes, supposed to boot eyes, but it's like, cat, chill out. Even though we give her the time, she's still like, I want you to let me out. No. Calm down.
All right, stop kicking me. You got 4 feet. It's not fair that you can kick me with all 4 of them at once. What's wrong? What do you want, bud? What do you want? You just want to be mean to me? You want the bed all to yourself? Is that why you're being mean to me? I need to tell you, this is my bed. You have a bigger bed all to yourself that you can have. Yeah.
Would you guys want to do a sprint at 45?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay.
We got into rants about Hunger Games and Harry Potter.
Man, does this feel like 10 years ago, huh? You know? Okay, we'll be back at 15. Happy reading!
Alright, happy sprinting, everyone. Alright, I gotta put you down. Ugh.
All right, how are your sprints?
Hi. All right. So I tried reading. I didn't really get anywhere in reading, so I worked a bit on a book review I'm writing for a website, and I almost finished that. I just gotta like polish it up. And then I wrote exactly one line in a short story, and that was my sprint.
Nice. I got a little bit further into the book. I feel like I didn't get that much farther. I mean, I guess I kind of got through, you know, the people she was talking to before they got on the train. They got on the train, and then the part where she, like, I highlighted this part, and obviously we can get more in depth with it with our talk. But I highlighted the part where she was saying that, because she was, you know, like, and I know throughout the book she does this, but the fact that she's like, why is Peter being so kind? What, like, why is he doing this? Like, it must be this reason. It must be this reason. He's just a kind person, and it's just so like crazy to her. And then she's like, but he's more dangerous this way because when there are kind people, they worm their way into her heart. And she's like, oh, can't do that anymore. So she just wants the cookies, but then she starts thinking about the dandelion again, and it's like, ooh. I'm just thinking about like the end of the books with like, you know, I need the dandelion in the spring, and I remember that part. It's really good.
Nice. Yeah, it sounds like you're making good progress on it too.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you gotta just keep plugging at it.
I ended up not writing. I've been feeling kind of blah all day. I don't feel sick or anything. I just feel blah. So I decided to just listen to more of my audiobook I was listening to earlier, and then I was working. But I did finally work on a little bit more of my activity book.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I still have quite a bit to go. It's kind of a long activity book, like 200 pages. But I will eventually do the video about it. I do.
Yeah, I'm totally looking forward to that.
But yeah, I'd say I'm about halfway through, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's just fun little activities. Like I help some of the characters. Like this one is the Hex Factor talent show, and I have to some of the characters. I basically just give them ideas of what they should do with the talent show. And yeah, so it's just little fun activities, help the character sort of thing. There was a couple mazes that I had to help Rebecca through and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I've just been working on that while listening to my audiobook. I'm listening to the Fourth Warriors book. I've been reading those. I read a few of them when I was 17, so I don't remember them very much. But I'm reading ones that I have already read, and then I'm gonna read the ones that I haven't read yet. So I'm still. It's like once I hear about them, I remember a little bit about these things, but they're things that I mostly forgot, except for a few key details that I remembered. So it's almost like reading it again for the first time.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. I finished reading the third book yesterday and started the fourth book today, and I have the fifth book waiting for me on my whole shelf. So
nice. So I actually this week kind of, you know how like for the Hunger Games, it's very much like a major throwback, you know, like it's been over 10 years. I've also been watching a lot of childhood throwback movies as well. So I already told you guys about Bolt, but what else did I watch? I watched Wall-E, Tangled, and Kung Fu Panda. And I'm ready to watch this second Kung Fu Panda movie.
I rewatched all the Kung Fu Pandas like fairly recently, like a few months ago.
Nice.
I don't actually think I ever saw the third one before, so I think that was my first time seeing the third movie. I like them. I feel like I like them more this time than I did back then.
Interesting.
I don't remember how old I was when they first came out, but I think it was more like a like trying to like distance myself from childhood things. So I think it was kind of like a, oh no, I'm too old for this. But like now, like I'm like, oh no, I love cartoons and animated films. So I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, you know, I saw.
I haven't seen those movies.
Huh?
Have you ever seen the TV show?
Nope.
I haven't.
I was just gonna say, I saw Kung Fu Panda 3 and
I saw some of it.
I was just gonna say I saw Kung Fu Panda 3 in theaters. I did not like it at all. Like I loved Kung Fu Panda and Kung Fu Panda 2, but I hated Kung Fu Panda 3. Like I really didn't like it.
I don't know. What was that the one with the Panda Village?
Yeah.
I don't know. I liked it. I feel like I was really cautious all the way throughout it.
Yeah, I don't think I would watch it again, even with what you're saying that you enjoyed it more this time around. Because I just remember how much I did not like the movie at all.
I didn't see the third one before though. That was my first time seeing the third one, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, it was just really nice to watch those movies back. But I don't know if you guys remember. So I had gone to my church small group on Valentine's Day, and it was a bust.
Oh yeah,
it wasn't all that great, but I went this past time, and it was really really good.
Yes,
like it was kind of nice because someone was like, like someone lives in my city because it's like it has like multiple cities that come to this one thing that's like all these people from 18 to 29. And someone was like, hey, if you live in this area, which is my city, they're like, can someone give me a ride? I was like, okay. And it was like the perfect way for me to have people to sit with. So I was like, yes. So some parts were not as great as I was hoping for, and some were. I was very not impressed with the service because basically the series we're doing is love. It's complicated. I don't know. It's got some like discussions and rationale that I don't agree with.
Yeah.
And I feel like very much like this time with them talking, it was so surface level. Like there wasn't anything revolutionary with what they were talking about either. But just in general, it just didn't work because it was like two people. Because it was like the pastor guy and his wife. And I thought maybe a different perspective could be nice, but it was like it just felt so disjointed. It's like it was like sometimes she'd be like she didn't want something to be said, he didn't want something to be said, and it's like what's going on? It was just very weird. So I didn't really like the service, but what was really good was the small group. We had like very insightful, really good conversations. So it ended up working out pretty nicely, even though some things were a little like, huh. But what's really nice is, actually, a week from today, there's actually going to be, it's not at the church, but it's at this like social place. And so we're all supposed to go there a week from now, and it's kind of like a hangout. But they were also the pastor was almost making it sound like it could also be like a romantic, socializing. I don't know. But, for what everything happens, I'm looking forward to it because it could be nice because it's like, well, I'm trying. To know some of these people,
Yeah.
So that was one thing that was nice. And obviously, I'm very proud of myself that I finally got a book video out. It took but I was telling my family how long it took me to do that video. Like, it was not a quick video to make. Like, obviously, I had to film all that stuff at Barnes and Noble, and then I cut each piece together because some of the clips were like the same, so I kind of had to cut it to kind of like give some variety to it. So then I had to do a voiceover. Then with my vision board, which I already did, then I had to do a screen recording, go through each thing. And then I had to decide, what should I have when I'm talking about my reading update? And I was like, okay, I'll just have a picture of me, and then I'll pick this up. But it was just a lot, like way more than I expected for like what would be a short video. It was definitely way more than I anticipated. Like, it took a long time, but I'm proud of myself that I finally got it in. I'm like, yes, I got this. But I am kind of going through the struggle because it's like, even when I update a book video, what's going on with my movie channel? And I'm not updating. I'm like, but it's hard because at least with books, with the book video, with the booktube channel, there's kind of like a blueprint of what kind of videos to make and it's easier to do. But it's just so different with things to do for a movie channel. Like, there's so many different choices, and sometimes you don't really have an idea. And I'm like, so I'm kind of in kind of like a creator slump, I guess you could say, but I'm hoping to get back into it.
Really well. I've gotten so much more subscribers. I'm having a lot of people commenting on my videos lately, and like, my TV channel is doing a lot better than it has been, and I'm very happy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, my community and stuff, and I feel like I don't struggle. Sometimes I still struggle with what I feel like making, but finding things to. I'm just TV oriented, and I do videos like a lot of fun. Those are some of my favorite videos to make, and updates often that often. I also make edits channel as well, and so it depends, like, and I think so it's just harder, but I'm film.
You froze there. Oh no, okay. She's on pro. Okay. I'm like not in the best spot for internet connection right now, but like it's really cold in the house, and like this is the smallest room, and I have my space heater going, so
yeah. Well, as far as I can tell from the feed, it looks all right for you. So I don't know.
Does it? Okay, because sometimes it'll just like constantly boot me off when I'm like doing like a call like this with people.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's annoying.
That is annoying.
Yeah.
I know we're still within February, but I've already started with my March TBR.
Oh, nice. So what's on the TBR for next month?
Yeah, so like I said, because March is Women's History Month, I am definitely committing to Battle of the Sexes. So I'm going to read The XY, Eve of Man, and City of Beasts, and I will definitely be okay. I think what I'll do is I'll like have like a reading vlog, and I'll kind of get into the books. I don't know. Like, I feel like I could do a two-parter. Like, I could do a reading vlog, my thoughts during it, and then I could just talk about like the differences, compare and contrast. I'll have to decide which kind of video I want to do, if I want to split it up. So I'll have to figure that out. And then I have one of those little printouts because I like to do the reading journal. And I just feel like maybe this would be the time to do it, but I don't know yet. I might read I'm Glad My Mom Died by Jeanette McCurdy because I started reading it like right when it came out, or at least once I finally got it from the library because it took a really long time to get. But like I only got to 20-something%, but it's definitely a harder book to read because of all the things that happens to her. So it's something I have to decide. But also, these days, I just don't really want to just commit to a book because I probably won't accomplish it. So that's kind of it for my TBR, but I at least have a goal because I really would like to do the Battle of the Sexes video. Whenever I came up with the concept, it's like, come on.
Yeah, no, and I think next month is perfect for it too, if you end up doing it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but I just feel like Eve of Man, the fact that, it's also written by a man, I don't know, man. I mean, I know there's plenty of women out there that don't care about women's rights, but I just feel like that perspective isn't going to be the same if a woman strictly had written it. But I don't know, gotta give it a chance. But I do feel I kind of looked at some reviews, not spoiler related, but a little bit. And I kind of have a little bit of info now about that book, and I'm a little not too sure about it. So that's it's not really a good sign, but also it's still, regardless if I do or don't enjoy it, I'm really gonna have fun with this concept. Like even if the books don't do well, maybe when I'm reading these books, I will kind of have an epiphany, a little light light bulb moment, just like how you did when I was telling you about that Eva Van book. So who knows?
Yeah,
we all come up with the book concept, but I don't know. Like that's kind of one thing that had happened for me when I was really getting into reading, like when I was 13 or so, or 12 or 13, is there were so many times where I wanted the story to go a certain way and it didn't. And I was like, oh, this would have been so much better written if this, and this. And then I started thinking to myself, I could write this down. And I never wrote it down, even though, it takes from other stories, but not quite. It's just about like tropes and, specific things that you decide to do with your story.
Right, yeah.
It's just something to think about, but it has been a really long time since I've had a story concept. So it's like, it's about time to get back into something. I don't know.
I definitely think reading does help inspire me.
Yeah. That's the one thing that's a little interesting for me. I used to really get ideas once I started reading, but these days it just doesn't happen. Maybe it's because I'm doing audiobooks instead of standard reading. I'm not totally sure. I couldn't tell you what the reason is. But speaking of books, that book that I read after it's What Kind of Girl and then A Really Bad Idea. That book I read, and so I was looking for the other things that they have on Kindle Unlimited, and that author, she has a couple of books. I tried to read one of them, and the start of the book was so misogynistic. I was like, oh, I was just not down with it.
Yeah.
But then I looked at this other book because this book is actually A Really Bad Idea started as a different story idea. This book that I might be reading after the Hunger Games, and then she took parts of the characters from this book that I'm about to start and brought it to A Really Bad Idea and shaped the book around it. And I really enjoyed this book. So I'm very excited to talk about it in my reading wrap-up. But I don't know, I'm just hoping it's not only one of her books I enjoy. I would like to enjoy another because I really liked her writing and her banter in the book. So it's do it again and do it good, because I did not like the little bit I read of her other book. I was like, I don't know. So I'm curious about you guys. How many books have you read so far this year now?
I literally
I haven't, stayed up to date on that. I can tell you still with one hand, 4, and that's it.
That's pretty good. That's 2 books a month. That's fantastic. I have 17 books read so far. I want to see how many I read this month, though, because I definitely didn't read as much this month as I did last month. 1, 2, 3, 4. I only read 5 of those this month.
All right. Nice job.
Yeah. It's honestly, pretty good pace for me.
Yeah.
I read 10 books so far this year.
Nice. What about this month?
This month, I have to go back on Goodreads. I don't know. I'm not keeping up to date with my reading, apparently.
Yeah.
Only 2 of them, I think, actually.
2?
This month sucked. Last month was a lot of shorter stories.
They were horror?
Shorter stories, except
Shorter.
a couple. So yeah.
Yeah, last month was just like middle grade and novellas for me, so that's why I read like 12 books. But yeah, this month a little bit longer books. Didn't read as fast, but I'm still pretty pleased. I think 17 books is great for me right now.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to finish. I'll be able to finish this book and the 5th book in the series. Which I also have on Libby right now, waiting for me to finish the 4th one. I have the 6th one on hold, but that said, it said 8 weeks. It might be sooner depending on how fast the other people will finish it. And I do really want to finish the indie book I was in the middle of, but I took a break from that because my audiobooks came in from hold, and I wanted to read those before I had to go back, obviously. So once I'm done with my audiobooks, I hope to finish that this month. I've actually, when I was reading the book I finished yesterday, a couple days ago, I upped my reading to 2 minutes just to see if I could do it, and I've been keeping up with it. So as of right now, it's gonna stay like that. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to do that with other series. Like this is middle grade, so it's easier to read anyways. But we'll see.
Nice. Tina, let us know what you're working on.
Yeah.
I'm currently reading The Hunger Games. If you guys want to share.
I'm reading Warriors.
I was reading the Forever War, not the Time War. I think that's Doctor Who. But I'm not really doing well with it right now.
I'm trying. I'm failing. It's a work in progress.
Yeah. I'm 3 chapters in, but the chapters have been like 2 to 3 pages long. So like, I'm barely into it at all. But
yeah.
How are you guys doing with your Goodreads challenge? Are you like ahead or behind?
I'm 6 books ahead right now, so I'm pretty excited.
I am 2 books ahead of schedule.
Nice. How about you, Joharra?
Hold on. My laptop and phone are different with Goodreads, and I couldn't see what it said on my phone, so I'm going to my laptop. Let's see. I am 4 books behind schedule. I'm failing.
I believe in you. You're just having, a slightly off month right now, but I'm sure you'll.
I'm hoping the reading Warriors will help, especially since I have upped the speed. That's the wording. My brain's not working tonight. It's late.
Totally fine.
Yeah. I'm reading Murder, She Barked by Krista Davis. Ooh, are you enjoying it? And Tina, I'd love to know, since we were just sharing how many books we've read so far this year, what about you? I'm sure you've got a pretty solid number. At least I would guess. I don't know. It seems like you read a lot, you know?
Yeah. I feel like Tina's a super reader.
Super reader. Yeah, but I just, since now I'm rereading The Hunger Games, I'm thinking back to my first experience with The Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Watching the movie, like, I remember just how exciting it was to watch it and everything. Oh, I'm just thinking back on those memories, and I was like, so like, oh, what happens next? Because they really leave you off with like, what comes next, and then like right away I was like, I have to get these books, and then once my mom approved, I read all of them. It was very fun.
Nice.
I'm really enjoying it. Hooray! I DNF'd it before, but I decided to give it another chance, and I'm loving it. Well, that's really nice. That's always good when it's like you gave up on a book, but then you come back and it's like, wait a second, it's great.
Yeah, sometimes it's just like not the right time for it.
Yeah. My Goodreads goal is 10 books, and every time I complete it, I'm adding 10 more. Ooh,
nice.
Interesting. I like that. My goal, so my goal is currently at 30, and I've read 31. Awesome. That's great.
So this is the 40 mark.
Getting there. Right.
Yeah, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope I catch up with my reading goal.
Yeah.
I think you will. You read a lot when you're in the mood to read, you know?
Yeah.
So I think you're just like haven't been in the right mood for it yet.
Yeah.
And it happens.
Yeah.
So how's California been for you, Robin?
I'm getting back into the mood of reading now anyways, with my Warrior books finally coming up.
Nice.
I think my connection is crapping out.
Uh-oh.
All right, I think I'm back. It's been snowing the past few days, and this is not what I signed up for. So I'm not super pleased about it, but I also like because the weather's been bad, I haven't had to work because tourists haven't been coming in.
Yeah.
So like I didn't leave the house at all the past few days. And my mom's calling me, so I'm gonna answer that real quick.
Okay, sure.
Well.
Yeah, she'll be back.
Yeah.
Have you gotten to watching any new things? Maybe? No?
I'm still rewatching Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated.
Nice.
I'm trying to think what else. I still want to rewatch these Scream movies, especially since Scream 6 is coming out next month. I think March 10th. So I need to watch that soon. I had started rewatching The Fosters, which I haven't watched in years.
Okay.
I rewatched the first 3 seasons of Stranger Things. Haven't got myself. I do like season 4. I haven't got myself to rewatch it yet. Mostly because that one storyline that I said how much I hate. So I'll probably just keep those scenes when I do watch it because I cannot stand it. That was a huge storyline to season 4. I cannot stand the Nancy and Steve scenes.
But I mean, really, there's bigger things happening in the plot. But obviously you don't like it, so.
You were cutting out. I didn't hear what you said.
I don't remember what I just said, so it's really not that important. Anyway. Yeah, I was disappointed though, because I was wanting to do a reading journal spread for February, but I like to print out, the little tiny book covers, but I wasn't able to because the printer, the ink, it doesn't have enough ink for it, so I'm currently like, I can't even do it. I mean, maybe at the end of the month, maybe I'll do just like a digital reading journal spread. I don't know, but it's like, come on, let me do something interesting. I don't know. It's kind of frustrating to deal with,
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I've been pretty good with my TV. I like what I've been watching. It's mostly rewatches right now, as you can tell.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm currently watching anything new. So
Yeah.
I need season 9, which is the last season of The Flash, has finally started. So I really need to watch those episodes that are out because I have not yet.
Yeah. Since I watched House, I guess Abbott Elementary as well. But other than that, and The Owl House, other than that, I have really been watching movies this month. I really have not watched many TV shows, like at all. So it just wasn't a lot.
Yeah.
Would you want to do a sprint now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Okay. All right. We will be back. Happy sprint.
That's Francine.
How are your sprints?
They went pretty well. How far am I into my book? I'm 49%, which is great because I just started it today.
Hey, that's great.
How about you?
I got a little bit further into the Hunger Games. I am now at 16%. She's going through the grooming that they do, for the stylists and stuff. So, in progress. I'm going to add 10 more probably tomorrow. Nice. Oh, speaking of shows, do y'all know You?
My sister and mom.
I did watch You. I watched season 1 and season 2, and I gave up after that. I think I watched a little bit of season 3, but I just wasn't interested. But I'd love to know what you think. I watched The Fosters when I was younger, and I really liked it, but don't remember that much. Sorry, typo. Yeah, I did watch it, but I haven't watched the other ones. Like, I know of it because I've watched some people review it. I wrote a summary of a short story for school. Ooh, that's exciting. Nice. Yeah, even though, Joharra, I didn't like that book, What Kind of Girl, I was pretty proud of myself that, like, on the day that I finished it, that I wrote up a review. So, it's kind of nice. But now I have, like, my completed thoughts, or mostly completed thoughts, so. Really? You gave up on season 3? Yes, I did. Season 3 is my favorite season. Interesting. Okay. Have you seen the new one, or part 1 of season 4? I can understand the direction of the show, but being different and you not liking it. Yeah. I really liked season 1, and I was not impressed with season 2. And then, the twist, and just that kind of a certain character. I'm just not a fan. Because the vibes will change for season 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never actually seen You.
Yeah.
My mom
I remember. Yeah, I really liked season 1. I was just so, I guess I don't remember the word that I could say here, but I was just so, like, entranced with it. I was like, yes, I like this show.
But you're still enjoying it.
Mm-hmm. I'm liking season 4 so far. Nice. Not as much as season 3. Okay. I'm rewatching it, and I really enjoyed season 1. I'm saying, yeah, I just really liked it. And I know people have their own opinions about Beck, but I liked her. And I didn't want her to go, but I know that's kind of the whole point of him being a psycho, but I'm still kind of like, I liked her character, so. But Love is my favorite character. I see now there's the difference. I really liked the direction that happened with her character in the end of season 2. Yeah, I didn't like it at all. I didn't like it. I was like, I was not a fan. I mean, I didn't like her character in general, and then I was like, oh boy. I don't know. Did you read the books, Tina? Or do you plan on reading them if you haven't?
I think my mom read the first one. I'm not sure if she read the others.
Mm-hmm.
Because I bought her the first one, because I found out there were books. I knew she liked the show, so I bought it for her.
Yeah. I wasn't a fan of Becca until the last couple of episodes of season 1. Interesting. Yeah, well, I liked her. I don't know. I enjoyed her. Obviously, she's not coming back. No. I want to read them after the show ends. Nice.
Is there going to be a season 5 or season 4 supposed to be the last season?
I don't know. I know they still have to post season 4 part 2, so who knows? Unless someone does know. I'm guessing someone knows. I mean, maybe they're kind of like seeing how much people like season 4, and then they'll decide if they want to do season 5. I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't want my perspective to be changed by the books, but I want to see what happens. Yeah, I see that. I thought season 4 was the last season because it's the last book. Okay. So probably.
Yeah. Probably going to be the last season.
Yeah. But like we were just talking about, when money's involved, when a lot of traffic to something that they're like, oh, time to go.
Yeah, but sometimes there's a lot of traffic to something and they still don't renew it for whatever.
No, I know, but if they want to do it, they'll do it. But there's nothing on Netflix that says it's the last season, and I heard that he signed a contract for 2 more seasons. Okay, so I think that's it, that they're doing more. So it might not be the last season. Right.
They're going off script. Just creating things out of thin air now.
Whatever they want to do. Right. Yeah.
I know because they canceled Julie and the Phantoms and First Kill after 1 season, and those both still have a pretty big fan base, and they had fans were like trying to make what's it called like a thing where people sign to bring in another season,
right.
And both shows had that, and Netflix canceled it, even though it would be a good money thing because a lot of fans enjoy them. So I don't understand why they canceled it.
Well,
and both seasons ended up in a cliffhanger.
We've seen Netflix just keeps doing a lot of horrible business decisions, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed because Inside Job, I liked season 1, even though I didn't like season 2. I'm disappointed because they're not letting any more to the show happen. I'm like, no, need to see what comes next.
I'm excited for.
We'll never get to see it.
Yeah, I'm excited for season 2 of Shadow and Bone.
I'm not gonna watch it. I am not gonna watch it.
There's already talk about a Six of Crows spinoff, so that the Crows have their own spotlight and it'll be during the Six of Crows book, so we'll get to see the Ice Core heist and stuff. I was a little worried about it for a little bit, just because I guess they want to hurry up Shadow and Bone so they can do Six of Crows spinoff. Without the actors getting too old, since the characters will be younger. But season 2, they're doing books 2 and 3 of Shadow and Bone, which has me a little bit worried, but the trailer still looked really good, so I am still excited. I'm just afraid the pacing might be off, just because they are rushing it with 2 books and an 8 episode TV show.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, I loved First Kill. Netflix isn't giving this shows time to collect the fan base. Exactly. If it's on for more than 10 episodes, 5 episodes, people can start loving it and watching it. And then there can be a reason for more seasons. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame how they do that. It's like, come on. We need more.
And both shows left off with cliffhangers too, which sucks.
Yeah, I hate shows like that. That's just the worst. And I agree with what people say. If you're going to cancel it, give at least an opportunity for them to wrap things up. Like at least an hour or so,
Like with the Owl House, they canceled it, but they're still giving the time to wrap up with these 3 extra episodes.
For what?
Owl House.
I know. But I'm still I'm sad that this shows. It's so close to being over, and I'm just not pleased. I mean, they're doing the best that they can do. I'm just really mad at Disney for doing what they did.
Yeah. Too late now.
I wish it wasn't. Angry.
Even Disney regrets their decision.
I know. It's just so frustrating. Tina says there's so much potential with First Kill. Like, there were so many undiscovered plot lines. Yeah, never watched the show. I'm happy at least that Wednesday did, have success, so they'll continue with the show. Even though I'm still kind of tired of all the TikTok people treating it the way they do. I'm just like, ah. But, I'm sure I'll watch season 2. See what happens after that.
New Monster High episodes for the new Monster High TV shows coming out March 10th. They've been on, I think, a hiatus.
What?
Hi.
I accidentally exited out when I hit answer.
Yeah, I was like, how do I ask Robin when she's coming back? Because I'm like, will she check Twitter? Is she here? I was like, what do I do?
It was like 100% an accident that I left. Yeah. And then like I grabbed a snack, so I'm gonna eat cheese and crackers while we're here.
We were just talking about horrible decisions made by movie companies or, television networks, like how
canceling popular shows and leaving them off at cliffhangers.
Yes, it's very irritating. Mm-hmm.
I'm still mad about First Kill and Julie and the Phantoms. I'll never get over those two shows. They had so much potential.
I either of them, but I heard good things about First Kill.
They both have pretty big fan bases, and they both have a bunch of fans who were dedicated enough trying to get the show to renew. So it shows that the shows are popular, but Netflix is stupid. Netflix is being called lesophobic because they're canceling a few lesbian shows like First Kill, Warrior Nun, which I've never seen, but I heard of it. They canceled that, and that's main couple is a lesbian couple, and so they're starting to get called lesbiophobic and stuff.
Yeah, they've canceled more than that too. There was this show I watched a few years ago that was like a Netflix exclusive, called Everything Sucks, and the main character is a lesbian. And at the very end, she gets with the girl, and then they canceled the season. Only after season 1 too. I was like, dude.
Wow.
So clearly there's a trend.
Mm-hmm. So we did a sprint while you were gone.
Oh,
I got a little bit further into the book. Now I'm at 16%. Nice. And I am just at the part before she meets Cinna. So I'm making a little bit of progress. Just slightly. I don't know. I know it takes a while. And I am actively reading. So, it just... You kind of have to get through the sludge, and then we get to the more exciting stuff. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm being slow, even though it's like, hey, this is the audiobook's pacing. So, I don't know. Yeah. But also, I don't want to force myself through something, and then we'll have our live show, and I'll be like, I don't know what to say. But we already talked, so I'm sure I'll have some things to talk about.
Yeah, I am 49% through my book now, so about halfway, and I just started today, so I'm very happy about that.
That's awesome.
Tina says, yeah, and I've heard amazing things about all of those shows. It wasn't like no one was watching it or people hated them. Yeah, well, that's what's terrible. All these hate watches like Velma and The Kissing Booth and all these sorts of shows, and they just keep getting sequel after sequel or multiple seasons, and it's ridiculous. The whole thing is just really unfair. How shows are not given the proper treatment. But, hopefully there will come better people heading these networks that will actually treat shows right,
Yeah. But Robin, I thought I'd ask your advice for my activity book. I was telling you about that talent show thing. So I had to find a character, like acts for several characters to do. But for some reason, I can't think about what I wanted two of them to do: Laguna and Draculaura.
Laguna's a dancer.
Right, that was revealed in that last movie. But didn't she have like bad stage fright? That's why I didn't put it down.
Very bad stage fright, but she was a very good dancer. So I feel like she would do something with dancing.
Maybe she got over her stage fright.
Well, doesn't she get over it by the end of the movie? Isn't that like the whole point of?
No, because I think the point was it doesn't because I think the point was that you shouldn't bully someone over it, because at the end she still had that stage fright, and then everyone else stood up for her, saying she had the courage to come out even though she froze up again.
I never finished watching that movie because I don't like it as much.
It's definitely my least favorite of
it really
those, but I did finish watching it because I wanted to know what happened.
I just could not get involved in it at all. Like, as soon as they like got underwater, I was like already bored, so I just like stopped watching it. I didn't get that far at all.
The point was they weren't allowed to go home until she got over her stage fright, but then she tried to go on stage and then she froze up again. So and everyone started laughing. So Gil and all her friends came up and defended her. They were like, at least she had the courage to come out here and try this and that. And then everyone started applauding her for her courage. And then the bully, I can't remember her name now, but the girl that bullied Laguna ended up getting really angry because this was supposed to be her show. So she ended up using the Kraken to attack them. They ended up getting their legs back so they could return to Monster High. But then they followed them to Monster High. The Kraken started attacking there. And you find out that she's actually the Kraken's daughter. It was this big thing.
Yeah, I never finished that one.
So yeah, I mean, I could say that Laguna got over her stage fright right now. Why not? So dancing for Laguna. What about Draculaura?
Her I'm struggling with. Well, she does cheerleading, so she could do maybe a cheer routine.
Yeah, that would be good.
Other than that, I'm like, I don't know what like other hobbies she has, you know?
Cheerleading and shopping. Yeah. I mean, for Holt, I did DJ because he's a DJ. Then for Rebecca, I did some aerial stunts with her rocket boots. With Claudine, I said showing her Clawsome designs because she's a fashion designer. And then for Caddy, I said singing and playing the piano.
Yeah.
They're all so easy.
For Caddy.
Those characters are also easy. Laguna, I mean, for Laguna, I thought about like a swimming routine, but at the same time, it's a stage, so it's not like she'll be in the ocean or in the water at all. So I was like, could they really do that though? So,
but like Dracula is like the hardest one to think of, even though she's like a core character. It's like,
and she's my favorite character. Why am I struggling so much with her?
I'm like, why doesn't she have as like apparent interest as like Claudine, like, also does basketball, right?
Claude does basketball, not Claudine.
I don't know why I thought she also did basketball. Or no, wait, she was a track runner or something. She did like one other sport, I think.
If she did, I think it was from the webisodes.
Yeah, it was from the webisodes, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the webisodes as much.
Yeah, I know, right? And there's so many of them too. But yeah, I don't know what Frankie would do either.
Well, with Frankie, what I liked about that was that it's like she was struggling to find her interest. Like she would go from thing to thing, which is realistic to some people. Some people don't know one thing they like, so they try a bunch of different things. Especially since she is so new to the world.
It's like perfectly in character for her to like kind of not have a thing.
Yeah. But Draculaura, it could be the complete opposite. She's lived for so long that she's done everything and she doesn't know what she wants anymore.
Yeah, that's totally right. I'll be right back. Hang on a second. Okay. I like desperately need a piece of chocolate, so
By the way, Robin, okay, obviously the dog kind of left from the screen, but when it was just you and the dog, oh my gosh, you guys are matching. How cute! That is adorable. I at first was like, is Robin holding onto the doghouse? And I was like, wait a second, what's going on here with some flannel? And I was like, oh, the dog's wearing it, so cute.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, when you're there, like this position you were in, but the dog was like right there. It was so cute. It was like you guys were a dynamic duo. It was adorable.
It was really funny because I left the room to get like a snack, and then I came back and he was sitting right in front of the computer like he was on it.
How cute!
It was so funny. And then I sat down next to him and he was kind of continuing to sit there and like being attentive. So I don't know. He's like, I'm a popular booktuber now, he says.
Yes.
You're gonna inflate his ego. He already is like, I'm the most special, important boy.
Yeah.
Also, this is my roommate, not my dog. This is my this right here is my roommate.
Yes.
He's my roommate's dog, so I call him also my roommate.
Yeah. You got, it's a house of 3,
Yeah. Except this one doesn't pay rent. It's a freeloader.
Just a freeloader. Always sleeping, just like my cat.
All day. That's all he did was sleep.
Yeah. Do you guys have any plans on what you're going to read next after you're done with the books you're reading?
I'm just like starting my book, so it's kind of hard to think about what I want to read next.
Well, after this book, I have book 5, which I'll read because I already have that waiting for me. And book 6, whenever that gets off hold. But as I mentioned, I'm still reading my indie book. I forgot where I put it. I think I put it over there. But I took a break from that because my audiobooks came on here. Like I had them on hold and they were up and ready for me. So I went ahead and I'm listening to those before, their due date comes. So once I'm done with those, I plan to continue the indie book.
Nice. Like I said, I'm probably gonna read the book that I have now on Kindle Unlimited. That's the same author who wrote A Really Bad Idea. But I don't know when I'm gonna finish The Hunger Games. Like I'm hoping. I mean, I'm already at 16%. Perhaps I can accomplish it this month. But if I don't, I'll have to decide what I'll read next. Like, will I read this book or will I start with the Battle of the Sexes series? So I'm going to have to see. I think I'm going to start The Right Path by Nora Roberts. Nice. It's a romance and a book I'm reading. And the book I'm reading is a cozy mystery, so I might not wait until I'm done to start it. Nice. Very nice. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I saw Tina's earlier comments about Carmilla. I've seen that web series. It's very good. And I've also read the book Carmilla. So I can attest that the web series is like a really authentic, like, retelling of it. But like the web series is like in modern time because it's like she's like making YouTube videos about her experience. And it's a really, really cool way that they adapted it to YouTube and they did a good job.
Yeah, First Kill, why I liked it wasn't because it was just some a sapphic vampire show, but it's a sapphic vampire hunter, which you don't see very often.
Yeah.
And that's why I liked it, because it was just different.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, like Carmilla's like the OG vampire story, and it so happens to be sapphic as well, which is honestly really cool. That was like my oldest book I think I read last year too, which was nice.
Which one came first, Carmilla or Dracula?
Carmilla.
Okay, interesting.
Predated it by
no one even told me that. I had no idea.
No one really knows about it. Like, yeah, when I found that book, I was book shopping with like my one friend who like has insane knowledge of books. Like he is so like with it. And I told him.
Does he have a booktube channel?
I mean, kind of. He does like he interviews authors and stuff.
Interesting.
So, yeah. But yeah, I picked out the book and I was like, have you heard of it? And he's like, I've never heard of it before. And I was like, how have you not? Like, he knows like everything. Like,
I mean, Dracula was technically based off of a real person. Vladimir Dracula.
So was Carnella, yeah.
Yeah, he actually started the trend for vampires because he was a real serial killer that would basically drain people of their blood, and I think he actually drank it.
Oh.
And that's why the term vampire and the whole trend of vampires in general became a thing.
Yeah, I think Dracula definitely popularized vampires.
I see now. Interesting stuff. So Robin, did you end up figuring out what you might read after the book you're currently working on?
I got so much I need to read that it's hard to say. Yeah, I don't know. I really been just like mood reading as much as I can, so it just depends on like what I'm gonna want to read next. If I want a lighter book or like a book, like how it is sometimes.
Yeah.
When you get kind of tired of one thing, so you're like, okay, next book I read, I have to read something just entirely different. So I had just read a space opera, and now I'm reading this book I'm guessing it's mostly time travel related. So it's
ooh, time travel.
Yeah.
I like time travel.
I know. I got a lot of time travel books I need to read. Because my friend I was just talking to you about, that's his favorite sci-fi trope, and like I make fun of him for it too, because it's like, oh, is that? Because every recommendation will be like a time travel one. So I'll be like, oh, is that a time travel? I'm like, of course it's a time travel story. So I'm like, so it's a joke between us. And then he like in turn jokes that I secretly really hate time travel because I make fun of him for it.
Oh,
I
do.
Yeah. It's just the trope I don't read a lot of. So
yeah.
But yeah, so like at least I'm reading a different kind of sci-fi book. So see what I want to read next. I honestly have a book since I've moved. That I have so many books I haven't yet read.
Yeah.
So sorry, that's like a not answer, but
yeah, no, of course. I was just thinking to myself about one of my goals that I have for this year, which is to read more challenge books like sci-fi, fantasy, mystery. So far, I've accomplished none of them. So, I mean, I know, like, I can't be hard on myself. I gotta read what I want to read.
Yes.
Wait a second. Hunger Games is sci-fi, okay. A little bit.
It is. No, that's a sci-fi.
So, hey, there's one. But obviously, like, this wasn't a totally intentional thing, but then it became, so it works out. That actually reminds me, just speaking on sci-fi or technology, whatever, have you seen or heard of the movie Megan that came out this year?
I have not heard of it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, so
I've seen reviews of it too.
Yeah, so I wanted to watch it, but I was kind of like nervous that maybe it would freak me out. But now I've watched a couple commentary tracks of people just watching it, and now I'm kind of like, man, I wish I like, in a sense, like I'm happy that I watched it, but at the same time I'm a little disappointed because I would have liked to watch the movie blind. But now I'm like, yeah, this isn't scary. This is fun. So, but what isn't disappointing is, so it's still in theaters, and I at first was like, hey, cool. The only showtimes except for the less good theater close to where I'm at, it's like only 10 p.m. at night for the showtime. I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's way too late for me at this age. Like,
well, I would say, like, if I were to get slightly paranoid or freaked out because it is supposed to be more creepy.
Yeah.
I don't like the sound of that, you know? Like the other showtime in the less good theater is like 7, so maybe I'll do it, but I do like the idea because like the less good one is like the standard not so great seats versus the theater I go to, it's the nice recliners, very well taken care of. So I'm like, what do I want to do? Because like I don't like the idea of going to a movie so late.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it would still be nice to see it in theaters. I don't know now. Because I kind of like, what is nice is they already have a sequel set up.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. I can watch scary movies, but they have to be very tame. You know?
Yeah.
One thing that is funny is because I've been watching movie commentary things. Have you guys watched Pretty Much It on YouTube?
It's a YouTuber?
Yeah.
I don't
He
think
and several other people, they they kind of just talk through the movies as they share it. And I watched his movie commentary on The Boy. Like,
oh yeah,
I remember the trailer like kind of being a little creepy, whatever. And I kept on being like, why am I watching this one? Like, I kept on being so like, oh, it's gonna be freaky, isn't it? And then nothing happened throughout the whole video. I was like, this is a waste of my time. I looked at the comments and people talked about what was actually going on, and I'm like, oh, I mean, okay. I mean, it's not great, but it's not like some creepy, terrible thing. I was like, okay.
I love horror movies, as you know, and for me, I mean, I don't remember last time I really got scared at a horror movie, honestly. And I love watching them at night. They're so much more fun. And with all the lights off, like, give me that creep factor. And I still won't get scared. I'm all big onto horror movies, obviously, and thriller. They're just so much fun. I'm so excited for Scream 6 next month. That reminds me, Robin, I want to know if you ever continue Nightmare on Elm Street.
I'm planning on doing it. I just I'm in such a movie and TV show slump that I'm just not interested in anything right now. And specifically with horror films, I think I've mentioned, I will get into moods where it's that's the only thing I want to watch. But when I'm not in the mood for it, I'm not interested in it. So yeah, I think next time I'm okay, I want to see a horror film. I'm definitely gonna watch the next Nightmare because I really liked the first one. I was very impressed with it.
Well, I think I said this last time that we talked about it, but the second movie sucks.
Oh, I think I'm skipping the second movie. I can, right? Yeah, I'm skipping.
I honestly don't think it has anything to do with the rest of them or with the whole purpose of what Freddy Krueger is doing. The only notable thing is the fact that he's attacking the new people that live at Nancy's old house. That's the only thing that has anything to do with the first film.
Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, I'm gonna skip the second one then. It's not worth it.
Because I don't think it has anything to do with the overall story. I watched it once and I hardly remember anything. It sucked.
Yeah. With what you were saying, Robin, of being in a movie TV show slump, it's just funny to me because that is just something I cannot relate to, except for one time. I don't know exactly how old I was. I was 14 or 15, and I was really going through a really rough patch. There was just a really intense depressive episode I was going through. And for the shortest time, but it was a really rough time, the most happy activity that I enjoy doing, which is watching movies. It's the biggest comfort for me. I couldn't do it.
Oh,
it was such a hard time for me. But I'm glad that very much went away. But for me, movies and TV shows, that's what it's about. And that's one thing that I'm really looking forward to in the future, because I really do want to make my own projects or help other people with their movie projects. I want to get into that film industry and also hopefully change some things, because right now, where's the quality? Where's the originality? I need the good stuff again, you know?
Yeah, reading and writing is my biggest comfort, so I hate when I'm in a slump of those. But yeah, I get into TV slumps sometimes too. It's like I don't want to watch anything. Not rewatch is not something new, and it's like it's just really hard for me to find something that I actually want to watch.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, like I like TV and movies, but it's like low on my list of like entertainment. Like probably reading is like one of my
You're breaking my heart, Robin.
No, it's nothing against you. It's
no, I'm just saying when anyone is trashing my baby television,
no, I'm not trashing
it just breaks
it's
my
just,
heart. I'm totally giving you a hard time though.
It's like not my, you know, like it's not like my favorite food. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, no, I know.
I do enjoy it, but I have to like be in the right mood for it usually.
Yeah.
So yeah, for me it's definitely like reading, and then video games is like one of my favorite entertainments. And then I guess music and then movies, but even like music I've been kind of in a slump with. Like I don't know what to listen to anymore.
Are you just busy or just not in the mood for this kind of stuff?
I think I'm kind of just sick of like everything I listen to. And like but like I'm not like all like the current music coming out now I'm not really into. So yeah, it's kind of like okay, if there's nothing new for me to listen to, then I have to like find older music to listen to, and it's just like kind of struggling to find a different like band or something to like kind of explore.
Yeah.
So yeah, even that's been like, oh god, it's a slump.
For me, it's writing, reading, then TV, because I do really enjoy TV, just not as much as writing or reading. And music, I feel like I only really listen to music whenever I'm like, sometimes I'll listen to it on my own, but not very much. A lot of times it's like whenever I'm writing or reading, unless I'm playing a specific video or something on YouTube that I'm just really in the mood to see. But just listening to Spotify stuff is usually only whenever I'm writing or reading. But I lost what I was gonna say. Oh, I did find a couple new artists. I actually found them through TikTok, surprisingly enough, but they're actually pretty good, and they're LGBTQ artists that write LGBTQ songs.
Nice.
They're pretty good, yeah.
So Tina says, when y'all watch movies, do you prefer watching them at home or in a theater? I really like going to the theater. It's really nice.
I haven't been to the theater in years.
Oh, shame on you. Shame.
Not since high school, I don't think, actually.
Wow, that's crazy to me. Like, okay, when was the last time I went to the, oh, I guess it was when I went to see the movie Missing, you know, the one that's like searching. But I do want to go back to the theater. I just have to find a quality movie to see, though. Like I said, I'd like to see Megan, but now I'm like, when, you know, like, I mean, maybe I'll have to look at a different movie theater than like the one I typically go to. I'll have to figure it out. But I'd still like to go. I still like to watch movies at home, but I just love the immersion of going to the theater, you know? It's really, really nice.
I really liked going to the theater when I was like in my teens and maybe late 20s, but I feel like specifically because, and I feel like I might have told this story before, there was like the discount theater in my town, and so it would be like a month or two after a movie came out, it would show at this theater, and you could see a movie for like $3 to $5.
Yeah,
so for me, it was like if there was any movie I was remotely interested in, I would go see it. You know what I mean? So I would be there all the time, and popcorn was cheap. You know, like. So I feel like I would go there like multiple times a month, and I've seen so many different films there. But like now, like that closed down, so I feel like yeah, is kind of part of the reason I stopped going to the theater so much, and it kind of became if I'm really interested in the movie, then I'll go see it because then I have to pay like at least $10 for a film, you know. And if I don't like the movie, then it's like, oh my god, I spent so much money on that.
Yeah, that's why so we got this rewards it's like the tiniest rewards that you had to pay for, but it's like for the year, and it's not that much money. And we've saved a lot of money by doing it. And that's what's nice is that the ticket goes from being like $9 to $5.
Yeah.
But I'm still confused because it's only for one day in the week. But I'm confused. Like, I haven't gone to the theater since they said it's going away. Supposedly the discount's going away, which I'm really disappointed about. But I also don't know because it still shows in my membership that there is the discount. So I don't really get it. I mean, maybe, when I go to the theater, maybe I'll go on Tuesday and I'll see if it says discount or not. But I don't know. Like, I mean, if they do, I'm going to be really angry.
Yeah. I mean, I used to like to go to the theaters. It was mostly whenever I just really wanted to see a movie and I didn't want to wait. But I feel like I got annoyed just because how expensive it is, especially with all the food and drinks and stuff. I mean, my dad and I got to the point where whenever we would go, we used to go to like the dollar store and sneak some things into my purse.
I would like bring like a can of pop in my jacket, like yeah, I would totally sneak food in when it was the expensive theater that I would go to. Cheap theater, oh my god, it's like $1 for like a popcorn.
I've never been to a cheap theater.
I don't know like who ran the cheap theater by where I used to live in New York, but it was like literally the best thing ever. And I feel like movie theaters and sales would do a lot better if they did that still, because it's like, okay, like the movie's like not as new as when it first comes out, but $5 movie, like heck yeah, I literally would watch anything. Like I'm trying to think of like some of the stuff.
Yeah, totally.
I had seen in that theater, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I guess I can't go down like this. Okay. Yes, love pretty much it. Me too. I really enjoy them. I'm not a big movie person, and I don't like watching things in front of people. Interesting.
I feel like I agreed to that when I was younger, and like I would cry really easily at movies, or I would be scared really easily. When I was like 11, I was like really sensitive to that. So yeah, I would not want to watch things with people. Now I'm like, all right, bring it on. Like, I love the experience of watching a movie with someone else. It's just makes it way more fun.
Me too. My mom is bringing back movie nights on Fridays starting next week. So yeah, I convinced her to watch a movie that I saw for the first time in high school. My Spanish teacher played it for Day in the Dead. It was called The Book of Life, and I actually enjoyed it.
I've seen that before, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's the first thing we're gonna do next Friday. But yeah, so that's gonna be fun. I know my mom and I plan to rewatch all 5 Scream movies because Scream 6 comes out, I think, March 10th.
Mm-hmm.
She's not as into horror movies as me, though, so I don't know if she'll be comfortable to watch it like at night and in the complete dark. I don't think she'll mind if it's at nighttime as long as it's like. She might mind if it's at nighttime because once she goes to bed, she might get scared.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about you. Come on, watch it.
About me.
Us planning on watching the Scream movies before Scream 6 comes out. I was like, but I don't know if she'll be comfortable to the way I like to watch it.
Before you go to bed? No.
At nighttime and with all lights.
Yeah. That's the one thing I do. Okay, obviously the boy, it didn't have anything with the pretty much it that they did, but I did make a mistake by watching it late at night. Like I was getting a little bit, and here's the problem. I didn't have my light on at all. So even though nothing was happening, I was still getting a little like, I didn't like it. I was like, that was a mistake. Like even at home with my family, I don't normally watch shows or movies with them. Interesting. I really enjoy it, watching movies together. And one thing that is nice, like for me, when I watched Deadpool 2 in theaters when it first came out, I was with my friends and the movie wasn't even that good, but the experience of watching it with my friends and we were saying all these jokes to each other, it made the experience so much better because I thought the movie was really great. And then I watched it back with my family once it came out on digital, and I was like, oh, this isn't that great at all. It was just really a really nice time to be with my friends. So like, I really do enjoy watching it with, friends or family. It just depends, because some movies, it's nice to just be by yourself. Sometimes it's nice to make fun of it together.
I feel like there's definitely some movies I won't watch with my family, especially my parents. Like my mom, she is very sensitive to anything too violent, so obviously we wouldn't watch that. But then also my dad doesn't like a certain kind of humor that my mom and I enjoy. So there's movies that I would only watch with my mom that I wouldn't watch with my dad, and then I might watch a more violent movie with my dad, but I wouldn't watch that with my mom because it would upset her. So
yeah, I definitely get that. Like, I don't know where. Actually, I think I do know. The only person in my family I can think of that really loves horror movies the way I do is my aunt from my mom's side. Her sister.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Yeah, she loves horror movies. Some of the horror movies I saw was because of her, and my dad wasn't a fan of horror movies either. I mean, he doesn't scare easy like my mom and sister can, but he just wasn't a huge fan of horror movies. At least he never really watched them. I don't think he'd have a problem if they were just on, like if I was watching them and he was there, but he never just turned them on himself, He's really into action though, like full on action and stuff. We used to watch Walker Texas Ranger together, which is an old series. He used to love all of Chuck Norris's movies. He owned all of them. I'm trying to think what else. He also he likes Fast and Furious, which is something else we would share. My mom, on the other hand, I don't know. I feel like her TV can kind of vary, kind of like my TV. Like she watches a little of everything at times, like comedy. I feel like is high up on her list of things she tends to watch. So yeah, very different speeds. So like you'll watch this kind of thing with them, this kind of thing with them. And thing.
Yeah. So Tina says, I used to watch more TV than I read now. Then I started reading, but I want to get back into watching TV. Nice. I tend to listen to something while doing another activity.
Same.
I don't like that at all, just me personally. Like, I am very much, I stick with one thing. Because, like, if I'm doing something and then the TV's on, I'm like, I need to watch the TV now. Like, I just, if it's any activity versus watching something, I'm gonna be like, ditch this and go and watch something. But
I'm gonna think I'm crazy, but I will read and watch TV at the same time.
Time to pick you out, Robin. This is strike one.
I knew you were gonna hate that, but yeah, I will. Usually it's a movie I've seen before though, so I'll kind of I know I like this part, so I'll pay attention to the movie. But then I'm mostly paying attention to the book.
I cannot believe you. I'm totally kicking you out right now, Robin. This is me getting kicked out. Get out of here.
I can't really just watch TV. I get, even if it's something I enjoy, even if I've seen it before or something new, a lot of times I can get bored more easily with TV. I mean, so I feel a lot of times I am doing something, even if it's just being on social media on my laptop or whatever, I'm doing something other than just watch TV. Unless I'm not feeling well, then I'll just watch TV and nothing else. The only other time I really watched something that I didn't do anything with is Soy Luna, but that's because it's a Spanish show and I don't speak Spanish, so I have to read the subtitles. And Switched at Birth, it's kind of on and it's like half and half because whenever there's sometimes subtitles whenever the scene is only deaf people and they're doing sign language, they're not talking because they're not with any hearing people. But then if it's Daphne and a hearing person, because she can also speak, then she'll talk while doing sign language, so I still can do something else. But if it's any other deaf kid that can't speak, even if they are with a hearing person, you still have to kind of read what they're saying. So yeah.
like listening to an audiobook or watching a show while crocheting or playing Minecraft. That's basically all I do. What time I watched? Oh, the time I watched last time I watched a movie in the theater was 2019. I was 13. I was watching After with my mom. Nice. I don't often read physically, but when I do, I have to have a TV on in the background.
Thank you. It's not just me.
I gotta kick both of you guys out. Blocked both of you. Like Gilmore Girls or New Girl, I watched them 1,000 times. You know, I used to be so much about listening to music while I read, but I don't know. I mean, I know my attention span has just worsened, since, and it's not TikTok per se, because I don't watch TikTok, but like all the apps are kind of doing it, and Twitter's definitely not made things easy for me. It could be a number of things, but I'm still hoping to get back into like reading a book physically and not having to read it to myself with like almost this form of an audiobook. Like, I need to get back into it. I still don't know why I have such an issue with it. I hope it doesn't keep lasting. I mean, it's definitely gotten better since last year, but it's still not great. But since we were talking about movies and everything, I want to know what you guys think, because I've already started calculating, listing all the things I've watched so far. So from January to the part we are at in February, how many things do you think I've watched? Please don't give an unrealistic number, but like somewhat reasonable.
How many things or how many hours?
No, things, because I haven't calculated February.
I got so close when I guessed how many hours.
No, you were so close.
So I was like, okay, time to calculate it again by using the same formula I used last time. So when you say things, does this count like a whole series, like a TV series, or like?
Yeah, I just listed, like, I could have watched one episode, one movie, stuff like that. So just like TV or movie.
35.
So this year? So far this year?
Yes. What did you say?
35.
Interesting guess. Go ahead, Rob.
I feel like I'm really
Whenever you get to it.
Tina said 15 movies and 7 seasons.
Yeah, I can't really have silence ever. I have a lot of anxiety, so I always need something on.
Yeah, I grew up with ADD, and I have so I have like learning disabilities and stuff, but I wish I figured out when I was still in school how much music helps me focus, because that's part of my problem. I could never focus. And I wish I figured out in school that music helps me zone everything out and focus on just one particular thing, because this helps me a lot with reading and writing and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing math, so. Wait, so are we counting individual episodes or?
No, this is just
okay.
I watched a TV show, I watched a movie like that.
Like, I think my original quote was like 360. That's counting individual episodes and movies. All right, let me do movies and TV separate. Okay.
I had to calculate, because when I was calculating all the minutes for January, I actually had to look at all the episodes I've watched of Gilmore Girls, because I got to season 6, episode 12. That was like 121 episodes. That was like,
wow.
That was a lot.
I'm gonna guess 56.
Okay. Joharra was super duper close.
I
have watched 33.
Wow, I was really close, and I thought I was off.
You really were, because this month I've really gotten into watching YouTube, and I've been also reading a little bit more. I like I told you guys last time we were on a sprint, I've been watching Thomas Sanders, the Sanders Side stuff. Like I almost started rewatching it again because it's like I just like his stuff and I want to see more of it, but it's like okay, so I think I'm way off. I mean, you definitely tried with it. Yeah, I've definitely watched a lot of stuff, but like the thing that I watched the most of was definitely Gilmore Girls. So, and then I think it was less with Seinfeld, but I am glad with House that I quit pretty quickly because it just was the wrong show to watch, you know. That show is just messed up.
It seems problematic.
Oh yeah. It's like, oh boy. Man. I do think I could be wrong, but I do think this month, if I had to take a guess, I would say with all that I watched this month, so that includes YouTube, movies, and TV shows, I think that I've watched less, which does make sense because I watched a lot with Gilmore Girls in January, but I haven't watched a TV show. So I guess that makes sense because most of what I watched this time is movies, and obviously the most for that would be like maybe 2.5 hours, if that. So I definitely think I've watched less this time, but I've still watched a lot. I do wonder how much I've watched, you know? So, you know, I'll definitely come back when we have a sprint after February ends and I'll be like, let's, you know, put your guesses in, guys, you know? But you know, it's fun. I'm really glad that I'm doing this with like actually recording this stuff because I have a lot of fun with Spotify, and I'm just glad that I was like, wait a second, I should do that for movies and everything. You know, I love this stuff.
Yeah, like I did kind of like a mock Spotify wrap up with my booktube. I want to do that again, but like what are some other categories do you think I could do? Because I did shortest book, longest book, oldest book, newest book was like the categories I had done. What are some other categories you would be interested in seeing?
You could do what genre you read the most of.
And science fiction. It beats
out.
I
guess that's obvious. Okay.
Yeah.
maybe do what Spotify does. You know how they pick these very like very specific stuff that like doesn't even really exist except for Spotify. You could do something like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to like think. Like, what are some
or just like those subgenre stuff, like how we were talking about time travel. You know, you could do stuff like that. I think and what you're talking about with what is it called again? Space opera stuff like that. You know.
It can get a little muddled with genres sometimes, and I think like I didn't do like a genre break. Oh no, I did do genre breakdown last year, or maybe I didn't, because like sometimes like a book will be kind of like both science fiction and fantasy, or like both science fiction and horror. So it's like, do I count it as a science fiction or do I count it as a horror? And then it's like kind of twice. So like if you're like, oh well, like this doesn't add up to like 50 books that I read this year, it's like, well, because I had to double count books, or I did like how many books I read by like female authors versus male authors, and like that got big conflicted because I had some that were written by both. Like they had multiple authors. So yeah.
I think an interesting one. Now, if it's too hard, just disregard what I'm suggesting. But since you were talking about how with genres, it's a little like, I mean, you know, it's all sci-fi. You could do themes, you know, similar themes or stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That would be a lot of tropes. But I know. Like, this is the one trope I read the most of, you know? Like, yeah. So yeah, that's actually a good idea.
TV time, I found out beginning this year that they do a TV wrap for the end of the year like Spotify does. And I did a whole video on it on my TV channel about like my like, because I had like most watched, like the first TV show I tracked, the first movie I tracked, what I watched the most, which I think was Monster High.
Yeah.
And they did my top 10 shows of that year, which I called Bull on that because my number one show I do not think I watched in 2022 just because I do not remember the last time I watched it, and I haven't even seen all of it. It's like reruns I've watched, which is Full House. So I'm like, how is that my number one if I've never even actually seen it all the way through? And I don't think I watched it at all last year.
I'm petting the dog. That's why it's shaking. He needs pets. He's laying right here.
Yeah. During our sprint, my dad sent me a video. So this is something my cat does. So, we kind of have like glasses of water, just a standard glass with water. And usually I keep my water to myself and then I only put like the glass down when it's almost empty. But sometimes my dad keeps like a full glass. Well, sometimes she gets into the glass of water. So she'll just, lap up the water. And so my dad sent me a video of her doing it. It was so funny because my dad was like caught red-handed.
Yeah.
But it was funny because that cat, she does not care if you confront her. She's like, oh, whatever, man. I mean, if you're trying to charge her, she'll run away because she's scared. But with that kind of stuff, like she didn't care.
Yeah.
My dad saw her.
She was doing wrong.
Okay.
She just did it anyway. She's committed a crime.
Naughty cat. Very naughty cat.
Yeah, my sister's cat would do that too. And so like the first time I ever like babysat for her, and I was staying at my sister's apartment, and like I kept like filling a glass of water because I always like to keep water near me. So like I had a glass of water and then I wasn't paying attention and I look over and the cat has her face in the water and she's drinking out of my cup, and it happened like 3 times, and I'm like, I am running out of like clean cups I can use because the cat keeps getting into it. So I told my sister that, and she found it so funny. So after that, anytime my cat sat, I would have to like have like a cover on it. Like I couldn't just leave an open cup because she would get into it.
Yeah, exactly.
She would just to spite me.
Yeah. One thing I am happy about that my cat doesn't do is, when they knock things over.
Yeah.
She doesn't do that.
That's good. She doesn't do that.
Yeah. There was one time I was like, hey, I should bring her up and we could, hang out with her. But she is so not that kind of cat, She'll just run away. It's like, sometimes I can keep her around, but then she'll start crying as if I'm torturing her. It's like, I'm giving you a hug. What are you doing?
Well, leave me alone.
It's so weird.
You're embarrassing me.
Yeah. I have to go. Thanks for the sprints and chatting. I hope you all have a good night. Bye-bye. Bye. And thank you so much for coming on, Tina.
Oh, you guys want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
Funny things.
So, as you guys know, I'm not my family, my mom and I aren't pets and animals and stuff. But so we found out there was like this hole in our under basement that leads to underneath the porch, and there are these 2 cats that kept coming inside our house before we noticed it. We kept trying to kick them out, but then they were in our house. So we just they're just kind of moved in at this point. They adopted us. My mom felt so bad that like we couldn't feed them. We bought them cat food and a litter box, and now they decided that they're staying.
Yeah, you gotta give them names now. They're yours.
Yeah.
We chose you.
Yeah. The gray cat they just called Gray, and then the they thought my siblings were like, since we call the gray cat Gray, let's call the yellow cat Yellow. And my mom was like, how about instead we call her Sunshine?
Yeah,
that's a good name.
Nice. Oh, that's awesome.
That.
Yeah, that's really cool.
there was a couple times.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
What were you saying?
So where my mom's room and my room were like next door to each other, and the closets, like you can walk through one closet to the other and get to the other room. And my closet doesn't have a lock. It doesn't even shut all the way. So I have a box of some books push pressed there. But these cats, whenever they wanted to like get away, they would from everyone, they would hide in the closet. And there's been a couple times where they would push through to my side.
Oh my
God. The other day, I just let the cats stay in here. They were just here for a little bit before they decided to leave on their own. But I was like, wow, they just completely adopted us. We didn't adopt them; they adopted us.
Yeah, exactly.
When you get a chance, I'd love if you sent pictures of them. Take pictures and send them in the group chat, because I'm just like, cats.
Yeah, I have a picture of them on my phone because I sent it to Alyssa, so I could do that now before I forget.
I totally want to see it.
Yeah.
Because I will forget if I don't do it now.
Yeah. So do you think, Robin, you'll do anything, whether it be something themed around Women's History Month or anything in March?
Like, part of me is tempted to do, like, oh, I'm gonna only read female authors next month. But I also gotta, like, do a bunch of, like, reading for, like, in, like, a book reviewer awards I do. So, like, a lot of them aren't written by women, and I kind of just have to, like, read a bunch of stuff that wouldn't normally be on my TBR. So I don't know if I want to, like, exclude some of that because of it. So I don't know. I don't really have a set TBR. Oh my god, they're so precious.
I didn't see it yet. Oh my gosh.
You gotta look at them. They're so beautiful. I love the orange cat so much.
I gotta say, Robin, I was just listening to you because sometimes your voice can be very, nice and gentle, and then you just got so excited. I was like, whoa. I had not anticipated that. But oh my gosh, they're adorable. I love Joharra. I love ginger kitty cats. They're so cute. Oh my gosh, I love them.
Oh, I love Sunshine.
I may have missed it. Did you say what you guys are naming the other cat?
It's Gray, right? Yeah.
Gray? Nice. Gray and Sunshine. So cute.
So cool.
It's actually kind of funny because it kind of still fits in with weather,
It does.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if we're naming one Sunshine, why don't we name the other, like, Stormy?
That would be such a good name for it.
I'm gonna talk to my mom about that tomorrow.
Yeah. That's
but I also like the cute dichotomy in the name of Sunshine and Storm. But you could go for Stormy, either one, but it's cute. I like it.
Yeah.
How adorable is that? Oh my gosh.
That's so cool.
Speaking of animal names, okay, I know I don't have to pick anything anytime soon.
No, you gotta pick it now. You're naming your future dog now. This is legally binding.
Yes. But I'm kind of like struggling to consider. I mean, I still don't know if I'll get a boy dog or a girl dog, so I still don't know about that. But one thing, I'm just like, even though sometimes I'm cool with the name that I gave my cat, her name is Precious, at the same time, sometimes I'm like, I don't know, I could have given her a different name, or I still like to call her Sassafras because sometimes she can be very sassy.
Yeah.
But I'm just debating on what I would give my dog a name for, because like I don't exactly want to go for just the standard route, because like I could give the dog the name Buddy, like Airbud. But I mean, it's so like I'm not giving much of like a personality. I mean,
there's probably like hundreds of like golden retrievers named
Buddy.
Oh, sorry.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That I don't want it to be just the same. Like I remember there was like this dog book. It was called Goldie, and it was just, this picture of this nice golden retriever puppy. It was really cute. But it's like, yeah, like I just don't want to go for like the lazy name. I'm hoping whenever I do go to the breeders and start looking for the dogs, whenever I find my dog, I would hope that either right away or with time, kind of figuring the dog out and being like, this is the name this dog deserves.
Oh,
so cute.
Oh, I love him. You're so handsome, mister.
So docile, too. So chill.
A well-behaved kitty.
Way more than my cat.
Okay, don't walk in my laptop.
You're gonna be my kitty cat.
Oh,
You're gonna have a kitty cat.
One day I will hopefully get my cat over.
He's just laying over there now.
I only made one video ever that I featured my cat in. Only one. I mean, she's very, tough. She's not the, most
independent lady.
Right. Exactly. But it was funny because she did cry during that video.
Yeah.
I literally put it in because I was like, both my cat and I would like to thank you for watching this video. And I'm like, I kind of have her fall wave bye-bye. And then she cries. And so I put it in like the little caption where she says, "Help me."
Yeah.
That's so like that. She's so whiny. It's like, come on, cat.
That's cats, yeah. My sister's cat hates being picked up. She will instantly cry and want to be put down. So
yeah. The good thing is my cat, she can be picked up. It's just sometimes she gets all antsy.
Yeah.
But she was so cute today. Like, even though she kept begging to be let outside, she also wanted, because the window, and then you can kind of just open the drawers, not the drawers, you know what I mean, the blinds, whatever. And so she kind of put her hind leg or her legs up. She just was stretching for it. It was so cute. And then she was looking at me, begging. I was like, all right, here you go. And yeah, she just likes to be on the little threshold and just chill and watch the outside. She's just adorable, even if she can be sassy. But I hope one day I can kind of get her over here. I mean, it's nice sometimes. She'll sleep, but not always.
Yeah. Yeah, the gray cat doesn't like to be picked up. He doesn't mind getting pet, but he doesn't really like to be picked up that often. I mean, sometimes he'll be okay with it, but for the most part, I think Sunshine wants out. She's sitting by the door.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
No, she was snooping around my room just a minute ago because I don't let the cats into my room very often.
So they're like, what's this?
That's why Sunshine was the one that snuck into my room through the closet the other day. And that's why she snuck in, because she was like, my mom was like, it's forbidden fruit. She's not allowed in there. So she wants to go in there.
Yeah. My cat, it was so funny when we adopted her. So right away, she wanted freedom right away. We had the big box for our TV to kind of hold her in for this one place. And she's a little kitten, she was only maybe about 2 months old. So she was a really young little kitty. And she literally tried to jump out. I mean, fortunately, she didn't make it because then she would have, ran all around and we couldn't have gotten her. But we got her a little cat bed, and she was like, and she went right and chilled on my bed. Yeah, but she was so cute. I can actually send you guys some pictures. She was a little lap cat. She was adorable, and she still is cute. It was so cute when she would sleep on our laps. It was just so precious, given her namesake. But yeah, she used to be so chill, sleep on my bed all the time, and she would always be in my room. I had everything in my room. I'd take care of her. She was my cat. She was my 16th birthday present. But then eventually she got a little older, and then she would always scratch at the door to be let out during the night. Just changed. And in the beginning, we didn't give her all access pass to the house. It was just for like one space. I mean, it was a pretty substantial space, just not the whole thing. We didn't want her to get into anything crazy, but man, she was so cute. I mean, she's still cute. It's just, when you see the little ones, they're just adorable.
Yeah.
But it was so cute, because I would take so many pictures of her. Seeing her whiskers come in, that was like a big thing of seeing the difference in her. Oh, she's just very cute,
Yeah. Sunshine, at one point, was like wanting in my room and was clawing at the door, put her paws underneath, and I ended up letting her in that time for a little bit because I was like, "Aw, she wants in," so I let her in, and she sat on my lap for a few minutes, but then she went on the floor and just sat there for a while before she decided to leave on her own. So yeah, Gray, it hides more often. Like, he's not as affectionate as Sunshine. I mean, he'll still come over sometimes when he is in the mood for like getting petted or something. But a lot of times he does rather be on his own and kind of hides, especially for my brother, because my brother's never really had a pet, and he's 7.
And he's little
too.
too.
Pick him up and stuff, even when they don't want to. And he's a little overeager to have cats.
Yeah,
that's understandable.
Yeah.
But he'll learn,
Yeah.
Like, super quick. But yeah, if you've never really been around animals and you're really young, it can be a little like, I'm so excited to meet this animal, and
yeah, definitely.
they don't always like that.
Yeah, definitely. Emerald, she's 17. She's one of the handicapped ones, and she was terrified of the cats at first before they actually were allowed to stay. Before we actually allowed them to stay, because we still at the beginning we were trying to kick them out until we figured out why they kept coming back.
Yeah.
But Emerald has grown to like the cats and even would go up there to pet them now and stuff. She just had to get used to them because she also had never really been around animals.
Right. Yeah. It's totally understandable.
Yeah, I remember when I was a young kid and we'd been at my aunt's house, and me and my brother, we were really little, and when you're really little, that's kind of when the parents should be supervising and not letting you near the animals, especially a cat. And there was, they had this black cat, and like I do have a vague memory, but pretty distinct, and basically, unfortunately, I mean, I was so little, like I didn't know any better, but yeah, I kind of cornered the cat because I wanted to give it a pet. And of course, it scratched me and it hurt.
Yeah.
Fortunately, they got me a little band-aid and stuff, but yeah, like it's just one of those things where it's like, keep the animals away. I mean, I just don't understand because like my parents, or at least my mom, was super overprotective. I'm just surprised she wouldn't have been like, yeah, let's, watch where the kids are. But I don't know. I mean, obviously it was a long, long, long time ago, so.
Yeah, my mom's gonna show my siblings how to like take care of the cats, so it's mainly their responsibility. My mom's still gonna supervise and stuff, obviously, but she was asking my sister, the one that lives in Florida, because she's never really had cats before. I mean, even when she was younger, and her mom always had pets while she was growing up, but they were always dogs because her mom was big in dogs.
Yeah.
So it's not like she's ever had cats before, and so my sister's like, yeah, just have the kids like fill up the bowl for them like before school, and then when they come home from school, and that'll be some of their little chores. And she's like, okay, so yeah, 'cause she didn't know how much to feed them and stuff, so she'll probably teach them how to clean out the litter box too, at least the older ones, like so yeah. Since they're the ones that wants the cats, they're the ones that should, work for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am pretty happy with like some of the things I've gotten up to like this month. I'm still staying up to date with like going to these groups, and I'm just really hoping this Friday thing next week, I really hope it goes well, because like I said, with that like socializing after the service, it was like, I don't know anyone. This is terrible. Like it was just, because the problem is the lobby is not that big, and they had everyone from the huge auditorium in that one little area. It's like, that's the worst thing you could do.
Oof, yeah.
Yeah, it was just not a very good idea. But I mean, that's up to them. But I don't know. It was just really weird. I mean, I did look up the Google images for the place that it is. I hope it's reasonable. I mean, it looks okay, but I don't know how big it actually is. Like, I hope everyone. Okay, I mean, I'm sure everyone can fit, but like reasonable enough that I can still talk to people. It's like, yeah. I would just hate it for me to get there and it just be like, all right, nothing to do here.
Right. I mean, if it sucks, just leave early. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. But it's worth checking out, I think. And I'm super excited that like you're still trying it, even though like sometimes it hasn't been that great, especially with the Valentine's Day thing. But yeah, like you don't know until you go, but also fortunately I think you have your own car, or at least you can drive.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So if it sucks, you're not stuck there waiting for someone to pick you up. You can just leave. You know what I mean? Like that's one of the best things when you're like kind of trying out new social things is you're not stuck at least.
Yeah, exactly. One thing that was nice after I'd finished that most recent book video is, now this is usually what happens for me, even though sometimes I don't like to do stuff, I just prefer to chill a lot of the time. But when I get up to doing something I want to do, and once I finish that thing, I just kind of get on a productivity high. And I just want to exercise. I just want to keep doing the good stuff. Now I know the whole thing, object in motion tends to stay in motion, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, it's just like, it just gets you so excited, and you're just like, I accomplished something. I'm ready to do more. But one thing I will have to say that is difficult for me is I'm still new to Florida and everything, and there are still plenty of places where I wouldn't intentionally go to. And besides, say, the store or the bookstore, other than that, I'm not really the mall type, at least with the mall that we have. It's not really anything that's all exciting to me. I'm not interested in clothes shopping, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't really know where else to go. Like, I'm like, what do I do? Like, I want to go do things. Obviously, when I do find the kind of people to be friends with, that won't be too hard. Then I'll be like able to hang with people, but that's still a work in progress. And I still have to decide. We have a really close gym. My brother's already set up a membership apparently, but I still have to decide what I want to do for myself, because I don't know. I mean, I know people aren't watching, but I also don't want to embarrass myself, I do want to improve upper body strength, but I'm not I was never the pull-up kind of person. Like, I remember we had to do it in school. I was like trying my best, but little kid arms, not much you can do with that.
Right.
Unless you already have the strength for it,
I'm not an exercise person.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, that I want to do. I want to get into it. And like, I do want to have some strength. One thing that was nice in PE in high school was we had a self-defense. There was a partial section that we got to do for self-defense. I was so good at it. Like, I was really good. So
I do want to sign up for like I'm trying to think, like any sort of self-defense class, or like to like learn some sort of like martial art is the word I'm trying to think of.
Yeah. Like,
that would be a really good way to stay fit too.
Yeah, that's one thing I would really like to check out, because there was a time I was wanting to do Taekwondo, and my mom checked it out. Yeah. Unfortunately, the place that she'd found way too expensive. So I hope I can find something reasonable. But I definitely do want to do it because in general, I do want to help myself out, but I also want to know like how to defend myself.
Yeah.
Like the proper actions if something were to happen. I don't want it to, but I want to be prepared. And that's kind of the thing that like I was actually talking about with my parents is that even though I've been driving for years now, one thing that was nice there was like this BMW team driving experience, and it was like one thing they trained you for the day was like they wet the pavement because it's like it was just a parking lot, but it was like so that you could do the counter steer, you know? And it's like in driving class they didn't teach you that, you know? So it's like classes like that that I still would like to have like proper, you know, courses of action on what to do, certain things, whatever, you know, the proper defensive driving, like they say. So things like that that I'd like to check out more. But again, I still have to think about whatever's cost effective, you know, nothing too crazy pricey. So, you know, just considering some things. But again, I did look up one more time for free singles events. Nothing for free. It's ridiculous. The only thing I saw that was free was an online thing. And it's like, well, that was kind of the whole point. We're not trying to do online.
Yeah, I recommend not doing online stuff. Just, you don't get the same vibe, I don't think.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm hoping I can find something else. But at the same time, too, if it is supposed to be that I don't go for myself, like it kind of happens naturally, if that happens, great. But it is just one of those things that's like, well, I'd like to put myself out there for the right person.
Yeah.
But it also is kind of difficult because it's like, well, I'm not going to try the dating apps again. It's a big mistake to try again. And then such a pay block, you know? It's like, I'm not paying $30 for some little, you know, speed dating thing. You know, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah. My sister Fantasia did taekwondo when she was younger. Yeah. She got in pretty young. I want to say kindergarten or first grade, and she was in it until 6th grade when we moved to Florida, and she just never found a new thing. So yeah, she's a 2nd degree black belt.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, I was in cheerleading all that time because that was
you got such a like right disposition for cheerleading because you're so like, yeah, go get it. That's like your whole attitude. Like that makes so much sense.
I tried taekwondo because when my mom put me in there, she put me in there too, but I didn't stay very long. It just wasn't my interest. But shortly after that's when I started cheerleading, and I obviously stayed in that. That was a lot more my speed, my interest. So I stayed in cheerleading, and she did taekwondo.
Very nice.
Really cool.
As a kid, I did karate. I think we got to orange, but I can't remember. But like we didn't last that long. But I would like to get into something, you know, some sort of class. I mean, like I do like the idea of a dance class because my mom was talking about, you know, maybe she and I could do like a Zumba thing or something like that. So there's some things to consider. I do like the idea of doing the self-defense. That's kind of like something that I prefer. But I do like the idea of the dance class as well. It's just, you know, either one would be good, you know, because like I do like the idea of dancing. So just seeing whichever works. If we could do both, I'd like that too. But
why not both?
Yeah. I mean, it just depends on the money, but
but yeah, that would be really cool though. Those both sound like really great ideas.
Yeah. You know, one thing, even though there were some good things that have happened so far this month, I was a little disappointed. So the printer, the ink is like very like almost gone. And so like I just wanted to print out the 2 books, the little book covers I have to fill for my February reading journal. but like the ink is just clearly not going to work, and I'm just disappointed. It's like I'd like to do my reading journal, but I can't really do it. So the one thing I'm thinking of, I've heard some people do it, is a digital reading journal. So maybe just for this month, I might consider doing that for the end of the month. Yeah, so that's something I'm considering, but I still gotta figure it out because, like, I definitely prefer like the websites where you could just paste things because with oh wait, maybe I could do the same thing I did with the vision board, which I used Google Drawing. You know, you could just stick the stuff there versus like Word document. You can't just stick stuff there. It's gonna like pop in all sorts of orientations. And it's like, no, this is not what I want. It gets so frustrating. So I might consider doing that, but I'll have to see what I can do with the orientation or whatever I can do to make it work right. You know, maybe I'll do multiple pages. Now that I think about it, that could work. But
yeah, that sounds like a really good idea.
Yeah, it's just frustrating because it's like I asked, you know, a while ago, hey, can we get more ink? And my dad was like, no. And I was like, but then what if we need to print something that needs color?
Yeah.
And then that's it. So it's just
Are you just like never gonna use your printer again? Like
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know we have the thing that's only for black and white, but it's like, but we need color.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I hope he resets and gets more ink, but yeah, I don't know. Because I do really like to do the reading journal spreads, so it's like, so frustrating. But, you know, I'll have to see what happens. Hopefully it'll get back to the right way. But yeah, I gotta consider what else I might read for March. Like, even though What Kind of Girl did not work at all, that kind of book where it kind of tackles these female-centered issues. So, gonna have to see, you know.
Sorry, I just got inspired to like, oh wow, I should do like, female sci-fi authors people should read recommendations video.
Yeah,
I should do that for next month. That would be a
there
fun
you go.
dude. Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but it was just like epiphany, you know?
No, that's great. I'm so happy that you did because I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
And I might check it out myself.
Oh man, I gotta like, I'm gonna start making a list now.
Yeah, but
I could do a similar video with fantasy.
Yeah, honestly, please do.
I was just gonna say, Robin. Okay, I mean, I know you say that you've been like getting into some of the middle grade and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I do remember really, really enjoying it. I don't know if it holds up anymore, but maybe you should check out that Found book. Like I said, Margaret Peterson Haddix.
I remember you telling me about that.
I remember it being so good. I can't tell you if it's still good now. I probably won't go back to it, but I remember really, really enjoying it, you know? Like,
yeah.
The first one is really, really good. The second one, not so much. Third one, I think it was really, really good. Then, yeah, I think I stopped at 5 because it was about, like, they went into the time with Albert Einstein, maybe? There's a lot to the story, so.
Oh, it's a time travel. Okay.
Yes, that's the whole thing, yeah.
That makes a lot more sense. I was like, why is Albert Einstein here? But no, that makes so much sense.
Okay. Yeah, but you know, I don't want to spoil anything. You have to read the book because like there's a big reveal at the end, but you gotta, you know, find things out because then it'll make all sorts of sense later on with the books.
Right.
Yeah, but it was a good time when I read those with my family, you know. Good times. Yeah, but I remember when I was like in 5th grade, I think I told you guys, I did a reread for like this book called The Shapeshifter, and I had read it, you know, when I was younger than 5th grade, and I had thought this was the most amazing book. I reread it, big mistake. It was not the same at all. It's just weird how books happen like that, though. I mean, I know this is what happens. You know, you get older, things aren't the same. But
I don't know. Most of my rereads usually hold up, but I don't think I'm as, no offense, but like critical of a reviewer. Like, as long as it brings me enjoyment, then I'm good. Like, seriously.
Well, at that time, I wasn't some super critical, reviewer. I got more extreme. Well, when did I get extremely critical with books? Well, I mean, it kind of started in 2019. It could have been earlier, but I don't know. There were, like I'd say around 2019, I was very much critical. And then obviously 2020 started, and then I was like, time for those rant reviews. And that's exactly why I have for the 3 R's in my book skeptic thing: rants, reviews, and reading. So, I got all those rants, but I gotta say, because I still want to post my worst and best books of 2022, I'm really happy that this time, besides that book, maybe not by Colleen Hoover, besides that, I really don't have much to say. Versus like in 2021 when I did the worst of, I was tearing those books to shreds. Yeah, I'm just glad I'm not, reading any truly bad books anymore. I mean, I would say What Kind of Girl was messed up, but.
Yeah. So, do you guys remember Jessica from Lady Loves Dead Reads?
Yes.
I don't know if you guys still talk to her.
I wonder where she is. She seems to have disappeared.
I don't think she has a Twitter anymore. I tried tagging her in something, and her username didn't pop up. But I still talk to her through Discord.
That's the one thing I don't have. So.
But she messaged me the other day. We're currently rereading, buddy reading 6 Crows together. But she messaged me the other day asking if I wanted to. She was unhauling a fantasy middle grade and asked if I wanted her to send it to me. She sent me a picture of it, and it looks kind of interesting. And I was like, sure. So I gave her my address, and she's gonna send it to me. And I told another friend I met through Twitter, because she reads a lot of fantasy middle grade these days, and she said that book is actually on her TBR. So we agreed to buddy read it together.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what was I about to say? Like, I had a thought, and then I tried to say what I was going to say. Even though I'm still not, like, in major progress mode with the Hunger Games, I'm looking forward to our, discussion on it. Because I remember how good the discussion we had on the 5th wave was. That was really fun.
I'm so excited to talk about Hunger Games because there's some small points that I really want to dig into, and I'm curious to know what you get out of this reread too. It was such a good experience, and it's I still want to do the Hunger Games versus Battle Royale video, but a lot of the points I want to talk about in our Hunger Games discussion won't end up in that video. You know what I mean?
Right.
I really want to focus on Hunger Games. And I want to keep the comparison video spoiler free too, so I'm not gonna mention how the book ends, but besides in general statements about the ending, because I feel like both of them have very unexpected endings, and I think that's what makes the first read really fun.
Interesting, because I don't know much at all about Battle Royale. Now I'm a little bit more intrigued. I might consider.
I think it's way more violent than Hunger Games was.
It's way more violent.
Yeah. I was pretty disturbed at some points.
Oh,
and
boy.
I have a decent tolerance. Yeah.
Maybe that might be a little too much for me.
Yeah.
Now that you mention that. But one thing that is interesting is, okay, this happened a couple years ago, but I started thinking, like I said, I really would like to be a filmmaker, eventually. And for some reason, I can just picture a way more intense and not so 12 plus, 13 plus book for or movie for the Hunger Games. I could just picture me making an R-rated one. I don't know. I remember seeing so much in like the potential of it, but maybe that just means I could make my own dystopian story, because obviously the Hunger Games is supposed to be this PG-13 kind of thing. So I don't know.
Yeah. But again, like that's one of the things I Googled when we were talking about Hunger Games before, is like, wait, is Battle Royale also a young adult?
No, it couldn't be.
But it honestly reads as an adult. Like it's pretty mature. Yeah. Like everything from like language to like there's some like not like on-screen sex, but like mentions of like sexual relationships.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and the violence too is like really like, I wouldn't say like in depth. It's just like it's vivid, I guess. You know? So yeah, it's just like I can't imagine teenagers enjoying it, you know?
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Unless they're like, yes. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I feel like there's also like maybe a cultural difference too, because it was written in Japan in Japanese originally. So I feel like some aspects of it are like, well, maybe this is just like what like young adult is like in Japan or something. Maybe like young adult for them means like 20s versus like it's kind of teenagers for us. So
interesting. Yeah. Well, that's one thing that is funny, is that that's what my group is considered, the young adult group.
Yeah.
You know, and he calls us young adults. I do think that is the way to categorize us, though, because we are adults that are young adults. And it really should just stick as teen for 13, 18, 19.
Yeah.
You know?
I literally had this conversation with like an author the other day, because she's like, is my book considered a young adult? Because like my main characters are like in their 20s. And I'm like, well, it has like the coming of age kind of story plot to it. So I understand why people are thinking it's young adult, even though they're technically new adults. But then we were both like, yeah, I don't know why young adult is synonymous with teenagers when young adults are technically in their 20s, like brand new adults.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's so weird.
And that's one thing that I think is a little, okay, it's not as extreme as how they have these really grown up shows like Euphoria and stuff that is very much not what you should be doing for teen characters. But I think one thing that is kind of messed up about them having that be the categorization is that people kind of consider that. I mean, I know this is a thing that gets talked about a lot, that they treat them more like an adult in some aspects, like adults do, but at the same time still treat them like babies in other ways. So, you know, like either way, you're not really winning. And I think sometimes with like treating it, okay, I know like there have been people that kind of hate on the young adult stories. I understand that. But I just feel like it's just more accurate to call it teen. And like just young adult, it just makes so much sense. Because for me, anytime, I mean, certainly with watching these past couple movies where it's, you know, movies when I was a young kid, it's just weird to me how different life was in general, like of the time. The time we're in right now is a little rough, but it's just so different. And it's making me realize just how much passage of time there has been. Like, when I thought of what I would be doing at 22, I can tell you, it was not this. This was, like, I was picturing way more grown up, well beyond moved out of my my parents' place, stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, with all this stuff that's going on with the economy, no guarantee for anything, but just different things. But for people to consider me an adult, I don't know. Just because I legally am, I don't feel that, you know? So I do prefer, like, to be considered a young adult, because I really am, you know? I was a teen, and now I'm a young adult, you know? So I don't know. It is just a weird choice for them to call it that. I definitely prefer teen because that's accurate versus young adults. So, because when we were that young, we were not young adults. Come on, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I was definitely not a young adult when I was like 14. Like, come on.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think young adults should be, first of all, I mean, it's okay to classify it with teenagers, but I think it should be classified for people in their 20s too for books. But I honestly think it should be more about the kind of themes and storylines that's in the book instead of what age the characters are. Like my books,
Yeah.
they're most of my characters usually are in their 20s. I don't write about teens that often. But I consider it young adult because it does have um, themes more for younger viewers. You know, they're safe and stuff. You know, because I don't usually write that heavy stuff, so that's why I consider it young adult. I think that's what young adults should be considered as. You know.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely like after reading your book, I definitely consider that a young adult, even though the characters were obviously in their like early 20s. Early 20s, are they? I think I asked you that before and I forgot already, but I knew they were in their 20s.
Most of them are in their early 20s. There are a couple that's more in their mid 20s, like Skylar's brother and her brother's boyfriend.
That's who I'm thinking.
They're in more their mid 20s, but yeah, Skylar and her friends are more in their early 20s.
Right, yeah. But yeah, I think like you said, content and themes plays a part in it. And I also think like writing style plays a huge part. Like we were talking when we started this like 4 hours ago about like the world building in Hunger Games, it being very info dumpy at first. Like that's like a young adult writing style. I feel like adult fiction is a lot more nuanced. There's a lot that's left unsaid or unexplained, and it's just up to like readers to like kind of interpret.
That is one thing I am not so down with.
I love it though. Like I love nuance so much. But I do really enjoy reading young adult as well. But that's something I notice about like reading young adult after reading adult is a lot of it is a lot more clear cut. And then like middle grade is like even more like explained and stuff. So yeah, like writing style definitely plays a part too in what a book is. But yeah, I feel like I've read some books that I'm like, this is like technically a young adult, but this reads as an adult book. Like, I think it's the ones we're meant to find. Even though the main characters were like teenagers, it really read as an adult book because it was just like so nuanced and like kind of I can't remember, nebulous was the word I used to describe it. And like I feel like the characters could have been adults and it would have been the same story. But then on the other hand, there's other books that I read that are technically adult books, and I'm like, this feels like a young adult, like and that is super annoying to me when I read an adult book expecting that. And I'm like, these characters are acting like teenagers. Like, obviously, for some reason, this book was aged up and it didn't deserve to be.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Right. You know,
that's why I think it should be about themes. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, this is actually about the time because I had seen, one of those like Snapchat memories. This is about the time when I, came up with the idea and started writing. Like I wrote a lot. Like in one day, I wrote over 4,000 words of this one project. I was just so like inspired, you know.
Yeah.
And there's just so much for the book. Like there's a lot to it. But one thing I am kind of curious about is because like it's going to be a very intense book, or at least somewhat intense. Like the big part of the book is a lot of fun, but other subjects are a little bit hard with it. Mm-hmm. And like the characters are kind of supposed to suck. So like for some people, maybe that kind of not so morally good characters might be a little questionable for them to categorize as young adult. And like some of the content, there's going to be like a very in-depth sexual, you know, scene and whatever. So like, you know, sometimes I'm curious. I mean, the book's not done. Nowhere close to done. But it is just a question I wonder, because it's like, well, is it okay for teens to read? But also, would someone older than the teenagers read it? So it's like one of those things where it's like, kind of like, you kind of want to know who's the book for. Because, like, I mean, it is for teens. That's why I wrote it for teens. I mean, I was 18 when I wrote it, so that was kind of the point. But, you know, I just kind of wonder. I mean, I guess of some teen stories, like, it's still tame in comparison. But, you know, just questions, you know? And again, it's nowhere close to the end, but I remember how, like, there was this one time I remember, after I'd spent so much time writing it the first day, or maybe, or was it that same day? Anyway, but I remember there was like this one time in gym class where it was like we could just do whatever. And sometimes, we could be on our phones when it's like whatever day. And I was just typing, getting all that word in. It's just so different now because like I just don't write, but I also don't really have these concrete ideas. But like when those things happen, it was so exciting, you know? So I hope that comes back. But, you know, I don't know.
You gotta like set time aside to like write, I think.
Yeah. I just wonder what I could do to like get back into the creative juices flowing in that instance, because it used to be reading a lot, story ideas. These days, no. And I feel, okay, this is not to be trashing on the books I'm reading, but I feel like the books I'm reading are too simplistic for, because like I really like to write, and the way I write, I'm very, I don't know, like there's a certain level of maturity I have in my writing, and like some of these more adult or grown-up words, not mature content type words, just more older, you know? But I feel like the books I read, I mean, I don't want a super complicated story, but also I don't feel like I'm challenging myself either, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I don't know. I hope I can get back into some stories, you know. I mean, like I had this a couple of those like books for writing, so I might get back into it, you know? And like there was one time where I didn't have an idea, but I just started writing it. Or maybe I kind of had the idea and then I started writing it. But like that day I made sure I did 10 pages. You know?
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. One thing that is interesting though is with the big idea I had with that story, as I was writing it out, I was like, this is not what I had in mind when I was talking about it. But at the same time, sometimes you kind of have to like get all the junk out if you don't like it, but maybe this could work too. So I don't know. There's a lot to consider. But yeah, I don't know. I do want to get back into writing, but you know, I don't want to push myself too much. But it's also like I keep getting older, you know? I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but my first ever story I started writing, I was 7, and it was a sci-fi book.
Oh no way! That's so cool. What was it about?
Okay. I actually kind of want to like do a book video where like I kind of like read off the little paper I have. It's still my
I would love to see that.
But basically it was about this girl, and so okay, kid logic. You know, none of it makes scientific sense. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
But somehow these her parents have her. They're in space without a spaceship. They die. She's okay. How does that work? Who knows? And then all the planets are able to communicate with her. and she's like able to like fly and stuff, and like she could go through everything, every single planet. She could go through the sun as well. Like none of this makes sense. And then I'm trying to remember what the end was like when I started writing it. Basically, these this spaceship comes, and these astronauts, you know, she gets a little older, like, you know, she would probably be my age by that point, whatever. And then they take her. They're trying to take her back to Earth. So, you know, but it wasn't like, but it's so cute because it's like with some of the words, like I meant to say them right, but I totally misspelled it, you know, like astronaut. But it's so cute, you know. But it was so adorable because I was I don't even know exactly how I just came up with the idea, but I was just writing it because we were at my grandma's house and I just started working on it. And it's kind of cute, like the little area for the manuscript, because I had to use multiple pens because some of them didn't work, and it's just cute to see all the updates and everything. Yeah, I don't know. It was a fun little thing, even though none of it makes sense. But you know what's funny is when I was like starting with the teens, like maybe it was like in 2013 or 14, I actually wrote like the end to the book, and it was so much more teen centered, you know, like she had this romantic interest, and then at the end you find out that his name isn't actually this, his real name is Neptune, so he's just like her because her name is Earth and stuff like that. And like, you know, it's just kind of funny because it's like just the difference in the writing is so obvious, and also very just centered in what I've read. And one thing even though, like, I mean, there were so many people that read and wrote through Wattpad, but I do wish I had never touched Wattpad, because I feel like even though now, like, nothing, I don't even think about Wattpad, at the same time, it's just a little, like, reading that kind of work, it's just bad, you know, to get good stories out, you know? Now, this isn't to say there aren't good stories that can happen, like, I had a good one on there, but, you know.
I still use Wattpad for fanfiction sometimes.
Okay, yeah.
I like Wattpad. I don't read on there very often, but I still write fan fiction on there.
Yeah. You know, actually, with the story that I put on Wattpad, and then I took it off because, you know, I got rid of the account. In senior year of high school, then we had to do this creative writing project because it was a creative writing class, and I kind of rewrote it because it was like a celebrity fan fiction. And then I made it work where it could just be its own standard thing, because there wasn't anything specifically about the celebrity. It was just the name, you know? Yeah. But it was like a standard contemporary story. And then what was cool is during that same time, I also made a short film, a video project on that.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, like, I haven't fully edited it. I still have the SD card somewhere that I still need to finish it up, but I have a little portion of it. I don't know how I could send it to you guys, but I might, you know.
You could upload it to YouTube, but set it as a private video.
Oh, you're right. I could do that. No, you're right. Thank you for the idea.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, that's one thing that is a little interesting, because, like, I don't know. I do remember there was like this thing where you had to like have the people in the video sign to make sure like they, you know, you have their permission, and then you can post it at places. But I still don't really know what the rules are, where it's like, well, it's my project. I got their permission to film the video. I just don't have their signatures, you know? But I don't know. I don't know exactly what the rules are, you know?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of these people I'm not in touch with anymore, you know? It's high school projects, so.
Yeah. Wattpad is where I did some of my first writing. Has some really old stories before I really got into fan fiction. I did a story about gods and goddesses.
Nice.
It was more about some of their children. I think I was talking about Athena and Ares children because they were always my favorites. There was one which was really different than what I did because it was a little more heavy on the romance. I mean, it still wasn't just romance, obviously, but it still had fantasy elements. But it was pretty heavy on the romance. It was called Pegasus versus Dragon, and this Pegasus and this dragon fell in love.
Aww.
Cute.
See, I did a horror story once. I'm trying to remember because this was so long ago. I think this was my first story I ever wrote. What was it about? It was this new girl gets close to this one girl that lived in this town, and there's like these stories about this old haunted mansion, and I don't really remember that much about the details, but I know that the girl that lived in the town her entire life was suspicious, so she followed her to the haunted house. Turns out she befriended a nice ghost who was trying to expel the evil ghost, and the evil ghost she had actually technically killed after she became a ghost because they killed her when they were all human. It was this big thing. I think that's how the story went. It's been a long time, but that was like the first story I ever wrote, I think. But yeah.
I remember this project I made in 6th grade, and the reason I remember the project is we kind of had a discussion a couple times, Robin. You know how you were talking about anytime there's a dog movie, they're always not treating the dog right or whatever.
Yeah. That's why I don't watch dog movies. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, okay. So basically, I drew this, right? It was just a little trash can and this cat. And this little cat is in the trash can. And then my family and I just were kind of talking. And then we kind of were chatting about like what was going on with this cat. And then we kind of were talking, and then I was like, wait a second. And so then I started kind of like putting some points of what I wanted to do, and then I wrote it all out. And so it was about this cat. His name was Scraggles. And Scraggles was I guess I would have to read it again to remember exactly what I was talking about. But basically, he and his litter got abandoned or treated really bad by the person who knew them or whatever. And so then he's alone. The other cats die off. That's what happens, which is a little dark. And then he meets this dog, this German Shepherd dog, and then they're a ragtag group buddying up. And then, I guess, was it other wild dogs or was it just, maybe it was wolves? I don't know. But basically, there was this whole attack that went down. And so they were attacking the dog, but they were also attacking the cat. And the cat's a kitten, right? So yeah, not doing too great. But then they get rescued by this human, and the human, takes care of them and stuff. I think that was about where the end was. It's not a full story, but that was kind of like what happened with it.
Nice.
Yeah, why does bad stuff always have to happen to animals?
I don't know. It just was making me laugh because I was like, wait a second. We were just talking about that. How salty Robin gets every time.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm just, be nice to animals, please.
Well, I'm always nice to animals. I guess that's, well, I mean, the story, it was all created by this little art I did,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the cat had to have a hard life, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, no, animals should have good lives.
I know. So what about you, Robin? We were sharing about our first projects or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first story I ever wrote was Harry Potter fan fiction. And
I love it.
I had seen the first movie, and I don't think I've read any of the books yet, but I think only the first 3 books were out at that point. And so I was like, oh, I'm gonna write the next Harry Potter book in this series. So I wanted to write. I wrote book 2 of Harry Potter, but I didn't even finish it. But Yeah, that was kind of the concept, though. So yeah, I wrote fanfic before I even knew what fanfic was, because I was like little.
Yeah.
Yeah, not very internet savvy at all. Like, I didn't even know the internet existed at that age.
Right.
Um,
That's cute.
yeah, I feel like a lot of my first projects were oh, I really liked watching this movie, so I'm gonna write like some sort of tie-in fanfic about it. I was very like responding to like whatever media I was really into at the time, I guess. So yeah, I don't know what age I wrote like my own original stuff. I think like maybe like right before middle school, but like even then, like I wrote like some like fantasy that was like I hadn't watched Avatar yet, but it was very close to Avatar, where it was just like, oh, like different countries where people have different powers, like based on the different elements. So like it really was Avatar, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I hadn't seen Avatar at that point, but I remember first watching Avatar. I was like, oh hey, this is like my story idea.
Right.
They did a good job with it. Mine was like, super self-indulgent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The only actual fan fiction I ever wrote was Gravity Falls fan fiction.
Oh, nice. And what was it about?
Um, there were a couple projects. I didn't work too much on them, but just a little bit. One was after that episode, Not What He Seems. And so basically, you know how like the episode ends, and even though like Dipper is sleeping soundly, but Mabel's kind of like, like she's kind of, it's clear, she's a little distressed by the whole thing because she could hear them actually fighting. And so basically, like the concept was, I want my brother back, and so it was like not repeating what they had done, what Stanley and Stanford had done, and I don't know, I was gonna get into something exciting. I didn't work any more progress other than that, but you know what is funny? Both in 8th grade and 9th grade, so that was about 2014 and 15, or 15 and 16. Anyway, I actually wrote, like, there was I can't remember what exactly that was considered, but it was some type of literature considered, like you're supposed to do X, Y, and Z sentences, but I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, but it was like supposed to be some kind of poem or something that's supposed to rhyme. Can't remember exactly, but I wrote it, but I didn't specify what it was. But I basically just wrote about Gravity Falls for my project, and I was very much complimented on my writing skills. And then there was another project we had to do when I went to high school, so freshman year. Then maybe it was about mood or tone, because one was tone and one was mood. This must have been mood, because tone I did it for like some sort of like scary, like how dumb people can be with scary movies. So it was about basically, it was way more about description than like what was actually going on, because it was supposed to be really short. And so basically Dipper was writing in the journal, and so then he kind of feels the air going, like the air getting cold. He can feel that Bill is coming, and so then at the very end, it's like pine tree. It's been too long, and it was so good. But it's so funny to me because we kind of had to get like peer reviews and everything, and I got so many compliments, but I don't think any of them knew what Gravity Falls was.
Oh,
like a reference,
You got away with like writing fanfic and no one knew.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't specify. I didn't say Gravity Falls. The only thing that was like saying, I said Bill. Anyone could be Bill. Pine Tree. I mean, who knows? Plenty of shows could have Pine Tree for all I know. But yeah, it was very fun. Now that I think about it, like during class, sometimes I would write about it. It was a fun time. But
yeah, I've done so much fan fiction. I have several on Wattpad. I still do them sometimes. I don't do them nearly as often after I got published. I work on my own stories mostly. But there was a time before 2019 where I was constantly writing these fan fiction stories, and I would get a lot of traction. Like people would be commenting, "Oh my gosh, this is so good! I love your book so much," which would really make me feel good. I was like, maybe I could actually be a writer, because my entire life I've always, wanted to be an author. I was like, maybe I actually can.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, some of the ones I remember the most. So I have this one story. It's I have a few Monster High and Ever After High stories, but I have this one where it's Monster High, but they were cursed like once upon a time, and I have an Ever After High story like that too.
Mm-hmm.
I have a Monster High and Ever After High crossover. I have a Seekers one about after the story ended a little bit into the future, and you get a little bit more into their kids and stuff. But you still get plenty of the actual characters as well. It's kind of like half and half. Like you'll get a little bit of the main characters, then their kids, and yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Nice.
yeah, there's a lot of projects, and yeah, like I would like to get back into writing. But I do remember this one project I had. Like I said, this is usually how I am. I'm very like I have the idea, I write it all out, whatever I have, and then I'm done. Unfortunately, like I wish it was more like I have more to share. But there was this one project I started up, and like I stayed up super late working on it, like so many pages. I'm not gonna like say all the stuff about the project, but I rewrote it in my this is before it was a reading journal, it was my writing journal.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I left it blank. That was it. Okay, there was more to it, but like it was a lot, writing down and everything. And I don't know. I'm hoping to get back to that project. I don't know. There's just so much where it's like I could do this, I could do that, and it's like, but you still haven't done it, So I hope I can get back to it.
Well, maybe next time we do a reading/writing sprint, maybe focus on writing something, because I feel like definitely having someone to like hold me accountable help.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I think too, what could be good is, for the sake of my attention span and how I am, like I think it would be good to have not just start with a story, because that's usually what happens. I start and stop. It might be good to have, the proper arc and a little short story,
Yeah.
Like I get what I came for and I do it all. And there's a story,
Yeah, that's why I write short stories more often than books, because it's easier to get the idea out, I think.
Yeah. I prefer books. I feel like I just have so many ideas that comes to me once I have a story idea that I could never write a short story. For me, I find them more difficult just because my brain works a mile a minute. So it's like I have so many ideas that I want to incorporate them all, and it's like a short story. I cannot minimize myself like that. But that's just me.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm considering doing more what Robin's about, because I haven't really done that before. So I think oh, nice girl, yes. Where's your roommate? Did he leave? Oh,
he's annoying me because he's like I am getting in his space, so he doesn't like that. But I'm like, dude, you're in this dead center of the bed. Like,
I know.
You are literally right in my face.
Crowding me. Yeah.
But he's mad at me about it. And I'm like, this isn't your bed. You have your own bed. You do. All to yourself. Yeah. Why do you like my bed?
Yeah.
There's this like desk chair we have. We don't have the desk to it anymore, but we still have the chair. And the picture I sent you, that's what they were on, the desk chair, and that's where they like to. They kind of stole that as their own, and that's where they kind of sleep.
Yeah, the audacity of these animals,
right?
Yeah, seriously.
You can't kiss your way out of it. This I'm saying. You can't kiss your way out of everything.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, that's kind of, I'm used to doing this standard book format. But that's one thing I think would be good, is changing it up, doing this short story kind of thing, because that might work for my attention span, and just, I think it would also make me feel really well and accomplished to have it done. Oh, that actually reminds me, there was another project we had to do in school. It was like an A and B scene. Have you heard of that?
A and B scene. It's not ringing a bell, but maybe once you describe it, it will. It's been a while since I've been in school.
It's basically like, I think it was supposed to almost be like a play kind of thing. I don't know. But basically it's like these two characters interact, and then at the end there's supposed to be like a twist, something to kind of like And so I actually did this project, but my dialogue, I did so good. And you know, like, this was for an English project, and then I was like, hey, video teacher, can I do this?
Yeah.
So I had my parents play the part for each of these characters. It didn't really work for the video format, but obviously, like, I also really tried to have my parents act the way I wanted to, and it didn't really work, but the writing was really good. I was very proud of myself for it. So I might you know, show that in you know, like, the link.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah. When I was a senior in high school, this English teacher started a writing club, and I was obviously one of the first people to sign up, and I was a little offended that they decided to start this on my senior year, but you know,
right when you're almost out,
But I had to do it, even if it was just for a year. But around Halloween time, he did this contest, and you had to write either a horror story or a Halloween-esque story, since it was Halloween. And I wrote this short story. I don't remember. I think it was more horror, but I think it had Halloween-esque themes. I used to have it. It's one of the things that got destroyed in the fire. But yeah, I kept it. But it was a couple pages, I think. But I won the contest, and I got a Barnes & Noble gift card. So
That's
yay!
awesome.
I was so happy.
Oh my gosh, I just found this because I wanted to look at, like, I apparently have had a couple ideas somewhat recently, like a couple months back. So this is an idea I had. I don't think you guys should steal it, but let me just say, don't steal it.
Okay, I'm writing it down right now. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So, the main character deals with three grumpy dudes. It's a slow burn romance, and there's no clear indicator who the actual love interest her endgame is going to be. And the title I'm giving it, or at least this is when I did it, this was like in September, the most annoyed I've ever been. I don't know, that could be fun to do. So maybe I'll work on that again.
Yeah, definitely not the kind of story I write, to be honest. You don't have
to exactly. Like, I was totally playing with you, but that's like one of those things where I talk about a concept, I'm like, I don't want to share it with anyone. I want to my idea.
I feel you. That's why, like, I try to keep a lot of my story plots under wrap when we do stuff like this.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't remember this at all. Apparently in January I had this idea. A girl is on the run. A bad guy is after her. The lady working with the bad guy has the ability to kill by sucking the life out of them. Like, bones are sucked out. That's crazy. It might have been from a dream, but that's crazy.
Yeah, that's vivid. What? Do you want out? Hey! I was wondering why he was like rustling around and like.
Oh my gosh, this is interesting. I just found this thing. It was a Friends readathon, and it's like some of these things that's like quotes from the show. Like, it's okay, girls tend not to like me. I really think I might kill someone tonight. I just found it. I'm hopeless and awkward and desperate for love. Like, I might actually have to check that out for some time. To do that.
Yeah, I did that readathon. Just shortly into my booktube, first couple of years. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. Robin. So, like, I write things down and then I forget about them, and then eventually I remember again. But I looked at my 2023 TBR, which is really tiny. But then I saw Uglies is there, so maybe I could read that in March as well. Possibly.
It's not written by a woman, though.
Rats. I mean, that's not the main goal for me. Yeah. But I do like, that's one thing that I was pretty proud of myself, except for like one. Like, I read all female authors last year, except for one.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's really impressive.
Oh, I guess I already wrote it down. Okay. I already wrote it down for my TBR. But I'm gonna have to see. Like, my main focus is, of course, gonna be the Battle of the Sexes, because I think this is the perfect time to do so. And it'll be good for me to do more of a challenge video, because I really have not done a reading vlog except for like one. Like, I gotta get more into that. I know, like, go ahead.
I've done 2, and the second one I never edited because I just don't like doing them.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't get a lot of like views on them either.
Yeah, I mean, I picked the perfect time to post my reading vlog because it was It's Not Summer Without You, and that the show for The Summer I Turned Pretty came out right at that time, and it was like it did well at first, and then it really jumped. Like, it did really well.
Oh, nice.
And it's like, like when you pick the perfect time to post something, But one thing I do wish I had done once I started this channel is I wish I had moved the video I had made of Believe Me, which is a Shatter Me book. I wish I had moved it to this channel because it gets so many views and so much watch time hours, and it's like, rats. I should have put it on this channel, because at the time when I started this channel, it had maybe 200. Now it's getting close to 600 views. I was like, man, I should have put it on.
That's crazy.
I mean, it keeps going up, so I might as well also put it here, but I don't know. Like, I'm considering it.
Yeah. I made a couple edits recently, and I put them on my TV channel. And one of them, it's about Tara and Willow from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I literally posted it yesterday, and then today it has 162 views.
That's amazing.
What? That's the biggest, that's the quickest I've ever gotten to that many views in a video. On my YouTube channels, I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe it already has that many views. I literally posted it yesterday.
That's awesome.
So you posted it yesterday and you got how many?
162.
Nice. Yeah, that's one thing that was nice. With my January reading journal setup and spread video, like, that jumped like crazy. Like, in a day, it hit about that many, as you're saying. But like I said, with that funny Bambi short, like, that grew so fast for both the 1 and the 2. It hit 1,000 subscribers in less than a week. I mean, views.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
I wish subscribers, man.
That would be awesome.
It's not that easy. Yeah. But I just gotta figure out what to do with my movie channel. Like, I know it's not the end of the world to not update as frequently as other people, but I'm also like, I don't want to, let it fall by the wayside either. So, I don't know. It's just kind of difficult.
Yeah, I think it's just that channel is new to you too. I think it's just about finding your grooves, the kind of videos you want to make, and everything. And also, like I said earlier, about finding the right community and stuff. Like my channel has been growing. My TV channel has been growing recently, and I've finally found like a nice community in the TV world. Like there was a while there where my TV channel was not growing at all, and I wasn't updating it as often as my book channel, but I'm back to a regular update on there, and I found a good community, and it's been growing. I think it's almost at 160. When just a couple months, it wasn't even at 100 yet. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think I need to watch a couple of your videos from that channel. I think I'm a couple of videos behind. I don't know. I'll have to look.
Yeah.
But I have been watching your TV channel videos.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know why I said me, because obviously, Robbie, you don't.
Like,
you haven't made
Thank you for watching my TV channel that doesn't exist.
Yeah, but one thing that's still just really frustrating me is that I did post, my most recent video, and yeah, like YouTube just didn't promote it at all. Like you can only if you go to subscriptions will you see it, or go to my channel. Like that's it. That's just really frustrating. It's like, and there's no reason for YouTube not to promote it. So it's gets me very angry. But yeah, I was really happy because I got some pretty good views, like what is that word called? Resurgence. Back to watching that Owl House video I have up. And I gained another subscriber. It's slow going, but I'm happy,
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. But it is funny though. Okay, I mean, I know we are putting a lot of effort into the live shows, whatever. So obviously, like, these are very much countable as content. But when I look at like how many videos I've made on my book channel versus my movie channel, it isn't that different except for the live shows. Obviously, we've made a fair number. It's like 22 versus 27. Like that's not even that bad in comparison. So, but I still do want to post more regularly and stuff like that. But it's just hard for me to like come up with ideas except for like wrapping up the month and maybe a couple others. But it's like, I don't know. It's just a little bit more of a struggle. But also, I cannot just post content to post content. Like I need to actually care about it. So it's just difficult. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I just checked YouTube, and my book channel says 270 subscribers, and my TV channel says 160. And earlier today, they were both at about. My book channel was at I think 258, and my TV channel was at 169. So they both just got a little subscriber jump. So yay!
That's awesome. Wow.
Yeah, it can be really nice. Like I was really happy today while we were doing our live show. I gained another subscriber, so I'm just very happy. I'm just like, yes. It's really. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, what? Oh, I was just saying that video that video I just said has how much did I say it had before? 216, right?
You said 100 something.
167 it said. And now it says 257. Yeah, nice. 257. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that can be really nice. What was my point? I had a point. Oh, it's just very different now to like I mean, when I first started on YouTube 3 years ago, it's, first finding out about YouTube. And of course, I was so busy with other things, so YouTube was not this huge priority. And now I really want to dedicate the time to it and I really care. And also, I now am more like fluent in YouTube, So it's like there's just so much more I care about now with YouTube. But it is very wild to go from 0 on up because it's like, hey, it does not jump fast except for a couple,
Yeah. I'm looking at my analytics for my TV channel. It says my channel got 7,869 views in the last 28 days.
That's nice.
It said, yes, it says 6K more than usual views. Watch time is 185.5, 95.5 more than usual. Subscribers is plus 33, 22% more than the previous 28 days. So my TV channel's finally starting to actually get somewhere. It just takes time. I've had my TV channel for a few years, and it's only now starting to, actually get somewhere. So it just takes time, and like I said, finding your ground on the channel and finding the right community. Like we found the right book community and stuff. So it takes time.
Yeah, that's so true.
I'm just happy my TV channel's finally getting somewhere. I've had it for years, and for a while I was feeling pretty discouraged. I think that might be partly why I wasn't updating as often. But then I was like, I'm gonna try this again, and I got better with like editing and stuff, and just better with everything. And my TV channel's finally getting somewhere, and I'm very happy.
Yeah, I'm considering, and I think because I really don't have ideas right now, I think I might post it. So there was this video project we had to do in school, and it was what was it? It was like picking a director or something, and we had to talk about the director maybe. I don't remember exactly what it was, but basically, so I picked Steven Spielberg, and what was really nice? So my teacher, like she was the teacher for a couple years, and then she left, but she was there like for the longest time, and so many kids had picked Steven Spielberg for the project.
Right.
But with all the research I had done in it, and I'd actually done way more than was like technically necessary.
Yeah.
And my teacher told me there were things that I mentioned in my project she didn't even know about. So I
wow.
Like there are things like that it just gets me so happy and proud of myself for like, all this attention to detail and stuff like that. So like, I might post that video, even if it's just for the sake of appeasing YouTube to be like, I uploaded, okay? Or, it could get views because like I've been planning on uploading my funny Bambi short. I just happened to be like, oh, well, I should post something. And then it ended up being the best decision ever, Like it did really, really well. So, it just depends on that kind of thing.
Yeah. I was just checking my notifications, and someone commented on a couple of my edits I've made and posted, and I was like, yay! My edits are finally getting some traction. I mean, I work hard on them, and for a while, no one was commenting on any of my edits, but I've had some people comment on them, and it makes me happy because it's like I work really hard on these.
yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I almost never look at my analytics for my old channel, even though it's still my projects, And it is kind of funny, like, I'm not doing anything with this channel and I haven't uploaded in months, and it still is getting a fair number of views. Mostly from that Believe Me video. A couple actually from our fifth wave discussion. Barely.
Wow,
it has the smallest retention though, because people just click on it and then they go away. So it's like the smallest thing. It's so frustrating. But it seems like a lot of the people that click on it don't even speak English. So I think they're anticipating something else, even though I say what it is, so I don't get it. you know?
Yeah, I don't know what they expect.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who knows?
Like, I'm making it clear. It says discussion. Like, it's not the movie. It's not the audiobook. So.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
My TV channel is doing so much better than my book channel now. I want my book channel to do better again.
Yeah. So Robin, you have to head out?
I'm gonna call it a night. Yeah, I'm like starting to fall
What
asleep.
time is it for you right now?
I know, I can't believe you guys are still like going, but I don't know.
What is the time for you?
It's almost
I think I'm done too. My eyes hurt.
It's almost what?
9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So
I guess it is.
Super late,
It is close to midnight for me, so.
Yeah, like how are you guys still going?
I mean, I do feel a little tired, but I could still go, you know? I don't know. I might because like all this stuff I was talking about, the project I could send to you guys, or I could put in the private upload, like you said, Robin.
Yeah.
I could do that. And the project I'm thinking about doing for Steven Spielberg, I might but all that is on other files. Like there's a whole hard drive I have to hook up, so I'll have to do that, but that won't take too long. So I might be able to at least get it all uploaded on my computer today, but I'll have to see. I might be too tired for it, but yay! And Robin, I'll keep you posted. I will let you know when I have finished the book. Hopefully, it will be this month. I mean, I think I can do it because at first I was doubting because I was like, I don't want to force myself to go through the book. I should only read it when I'm excited about it. But then I was like, okay, let's give it a little time, and now I'm getting back into it. So
yeah,
you've got to be careful with it because I definitely don't want to have the same experience I had with Harry Potter. I mean, I know that was like a whole thing, major reading slump, and I've never read it since I was 11 years old, and it's more of a kid's book, so it just was the wrong book to read, you know?
Yeah, hopefully. I think you'll have a better experience with Hunger Games, especially because you said you read the ending already again.
Yeah, so right.
If you like that, like, you're probably like the rest of it still.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I just love the story, so
yeah,
I have to like it. But it's just very different with this narrator. And again, I'm not dissing on this narrator. It's just so like not what I'm used to.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, I'll let you get to your chill time with your best roommate, buddy.
He's not in here right now because my roommate came home, so now he's bothering him. Like, can I have food?
Funny. I hope next time I'll be able to have a little fuzzy buddy to be like,
oh my
hey
God,
guys.
that'd be so cool to see Precious for once.
I know. But maybe that does make me think I should at least post her once in one of my videos to be like,
yeah,
watch my video for the cat.
Exactly, yeah. All right, have a good night, everyone, and thank you so much for hosting.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thanks. All right. Talk to you guys next time.
Right.
I think I'm done too. My eyes hurt.
Yeah, that works for me. Hey, we were here for
almost 5 hours
and 45 minutes. Yeah, I'm pretty tired too, so that should work, and then I can get all the stuff I wanted to get. Okay. All right. Bye, everybody.